All right, chat. We're starting early. Fuck it. I decide when we start. All right. Oh, now we wait. Now we wait to see if anybody's going to spend any redeems before we make it to the screen. Truly a wonder. Truly a wonder. Hell yeah. Wait, what is this song? Okay. I decide when we start. Yes, I do decide when we start. Damn. Oh, no, Beef got impatient. Beef got impatient. Point and laugh at Beef. Fucking got him, boys. Step inside, step inside. Let me Armstrong nuts. It's too late now. You missed it. You missed the chance. 6 featured. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I really am just taking the piss with Beef today, apparently. Kenbo, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. A wheel of punish. Okay, yeah, I kind of deserve that. You know what? You know what? I did, in fact, deserve that. All right, hold your fucking horses. Hold your goddamn horses. Gotta do. Apparently, we're doing wheel of punishment this early in the morning. Why do y'all do this to me?
All right, time to execute my trick.
You're only hitting yourselves with the brick at this point.
What was?
Woo! Okay. All right, queens. Ask me anything. Lifts the horse? This is kind of heavy. Wait, what? What do you mean? What do you mean? Squats! Jesus Christ. That's a mighty deep Viva la
Scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight.
Gannon, you know already what would happen if you got uppies. You're going to the moon, baby. Here's my question. Why are you? Who are you? What are you?
That's me.
When
You're
are
probably
you?
wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Doesn't work in this page, Woozer. You've been here long enough to know that. You've been here long enough to know that shit. Genuinely, I probably could redo the entire filter system for this page, which is...
There's our man. There's our man. There's our boy.
That's not it. What's this one? If I was standing here blindingly pale in the dark room, then it would work properly. But it doesn't when I have this turned on. Because it's stupid. Assassinate Trump. Are you talking about... That wasn't this weekend, was it? Wasn't that last week? Wasn't that the Mar-a-Lago thing? Isn't that what that is? Also, chat, did y'all know there's going to be a new scary movie? I did not know there was going to be a new scary movie. New month? What's the leaderboard look like? Oh, shit, you're right. It is the new month. All right, hold on a second. Somebody's fishing right now, though, so... No, he didn't. We know he didn't succeed. Not even close. Hi, Miss Sinclair. Welcome in. Hold on. I'm trying to check the fishing leaderboards. Sunstar 54, Beef 33. All right, time to go restart it. Start new leaderboard. All right, brand new leaderboard. Pretty bold to assume I pay attention. Hey, listen, I would like to assume some of y'all pay attention. Listen, we can only dream he dies peacefully. I don't think that man's gonna die peacefully. I have the trailer open if we want to watch it. But I did not know they were making a new scary movie. It is a little odd that the trailer opens with definitely taking the piss with, what was it? With, what's her name? Megan, or Mithrigan, as Grim likes to call her. Oh, yes, Mithrigan. The other day, glad to catch you here. Well, welcome in, Miss Sinclair. I mean, I'm here most days out of most weekdays, Monday through Thursday, at least. Yes, we did. The United States did, in fact, kill Khomeini, which I kind of want to talk about. Chat, I know there's always armchair militarists and stuff that will always be like, why don't we just kill their leader? We know where they are. Because in war, you don't typically kill the leader because you want them to surrender. I generally could not tell you, because the only time I've watched scary movies is multiple at once. So they all blend together, and I don't remember which is which. He definitely won't go quietly. Yeah, but the thing is, with killing a country's leader, that basically tells them that you don't plan on letting them have a government. So more than likely, the intention is to wipe Iran off the map in the long run at this point. They've got several of the number twos that would hopefully succeed him. Huh. I mean, that's not surprising if they were hunkered down in the same place. It's not that hard with bombs. Hi, Tuka. How are you doing? Was all the reason to hate you? Well, basically right now, though, the way that they're doing this, they're making the entire population hate us, which is fully understandable. Fully understandable. Ignoring queens. Oh, I missed it. I'm so sorry. I got you. I got you. I got you. Hold on a second. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. What would you like to try doing for stream going forward? Something that doesn't involve new assets, I mean? Everything that I want to do. Okay, no, wait, I thought of something. But in general, most things I want to do going into the future requires new assets. Annoyingly. Extremely annoyingly. But other than that, I did think of one, which was, I need to actually fucking start doing like recorded shorts, at least. At least start with recorded shorts. All right, who was that? Berserk, thank you for doing your season pass. Wars Hell makes a lot of money for evil detachment on boards and on islands. Correct. Correct. The thing is, I struggle to think of like formatting or even then what like certain topics are going to be. Because I'm very much like more of a candid person. I like the talks that we have here on stream and then like getting those clipped eventually. What the hell? There's always some armchair general who thinks bigger number means better military. Oh, always. Always. Oh, but we have the best military in the world. By like training or Andrew Tate posted a video, a 2-minute video of him dancing in Dubai. Quote, me in Dubai while the bombs fall. Okay, Iran, hear me out. There's a picture of a Gulf. He's in a Gulf. There's like turf. You can figure out where he is. It's not, I recognize that mansion. You can recognize that there's a 3-story mansion right next door. You can do the funniest thing. Can't attach to yourself or with someone or use that to write a script or read for yourself. The thing is, even when I write a script, I will often ad-lib the script because it's usually easier. Okay. Did what Romania couldn't? Fucking, I mean, prosecute? Prosecute's one thing. Oh man, I wish I had the new Resident Evil game. I wish I got the new Resident Evil game, but that shit's so expensive. $70, my dude. That you're doing it is the hard part. Yeah. Again, like I said, though, the thing is like topics, and a lot of the times if I think of a topic, I will talk myself out of it. I will sadly talk myself out of the topic or making the video way more often than I should. Shake you like a maraca? I don't think it'll do anything. I think I'll just rattle around. Step inside. And you'll hear the pea brain rattle. What was that? Pepperbox, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Avoid all the RE playthroughs because I want to see Baron play it. I want to play it. I've been seeing like some here and there, but it's kind of like I've been half-assed listening to it because so many of the homies are playing the fucking game. So I'll just be like, all right, I'll just like be here on the side. So like I know, weirdly enough, I don't know the very beginning. The point that I know is the first time you get to play Leon, and then that's kind of it. Yeah, I did the wheel spin. It landed on AMA for Queens. It landed on AMA. Also, bad at multiplayer. Thank you for the 25 stream streak. Holy shit, dude. It looks so good. It's such a gorgeous game. What the heck? You can put your VTube model into Source? Okay, no, never mind. That's just an edit. Darn it. Darn it. That would have been cool. That would have been cool. What the shit? Huh. Okay. There's people in the... You're lying to me. There's no way there's people in the game. There's only zombies. There can only be zombies. It's Resident Evil. You're lying to me. There's no way that's true. Has anybody, out of curiosity, has anybody played Marathon? Because I think Marathon was doing its, what was it? Huey Lewis got me to think of that. Oh. Yes, the fishing hole is open. It is currently on. It has been reset. What the hell? Wait. Is there... Okay, I just saw a poster for Sonic 4. Chat, is there 3 Sonic movies? Did I legitimately didn't know there were 3 Sonic movies. I thought there was only like 1 or 2. There's 3? Why? How? I feel like they spat those out so fucking fast. That's insane. That's really crazy. Oh. Oh no. Oh hey, what's this animation? Oh my god. Oh my, okay, we can't talk about that. We can't talk about that. Sonic the Knuckles movie, then Shadow. Oh right, okay. Wait, wasn't Keanu Reeves Shadow? Thank you for the self-care. Yeah. Major update. President of Ghana has just announced there's a $100 million bounty on the life of Donald Trump. Okay, supposedly there's no evidence for this. Darn. Unverified misinformation. Wouldn't doubt it.
Well, look at you.
But come on. But come on. Is Sonic fandom? You think we can't make 3 movies that quickly? It's not about the fandom. It's about the studios. The studios are always the problem. That's usually the mix-up kind of thing. Is where like the slowing down gets messy. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. Sega had the fetus content and they made sure of it. I mean, they fucked it up at first. Like we already know they fucked it up at one point. Okay. And we rioted for it. That's true, which I think is kind of the funniest part. I think that is in fact the kind of the funniest part of the whole situation. I need to get lunch for the next 15 minutes. Go have lunch. I had an orange. That was my lunch. I had a tangerine. Okay, I just got confused by... Was that fucking Fortnite? Is there a DeLorean in Fortnite? Like the DeLorean? I need to get breakfast still. Oops. I think it's a little late for breakfast. I think it's time for lunch at this point. All right. Hi, Gons. Give me the lyric. Yeah, actually, let's watch the trailer. Fuck it. Let's watch the trailer. I have the trailer open because I wanted to watch it with y'all. So I need to change the audio settings first. And then we can bring this over. Yes, excellent, excellent. All right, kids. We're in this together to relive memories of classic movies. Have PvE mode, plus it's made by Bungie, and I have had to deal with people with enough of their shit while playing Destiny 2. Listen, you're the one who played Destiny 2. That's a you problem. Hi, Waffle. God, I hate what fucking Megan has done to some horror movies. Also, hold on a second. I have an issue with Megan because it has been the only way I can describe it is the Megan movies are a fucking industry plant to try and force a fucking horror icon. She was not a good horror icon, which is, again, probably why the second movie was actually like a spy thriller type shit. But the fact that Paramount owned her, they basically just started shoehorning her into like every haunted house they had because they want to force her to be the next horror icon. Which is really weird because it makes me feel like they've missed the plot of like all horror icons. Jason, Freddy, Chucky, Leatherface, just any of those. Michael Myers, all of those. Do you want to know one thing that they all have? There's one thing that they all have. They're adults. They're all adults. Chucky's small, sure, but that's the soul of a dead man in there. So, deciding to double whammy with making like Megan, 1, child size, 2, obviously child coded. I prefer Annabelle. Even Annabelle is scarier and a better horror icon than fucking Megan. Even the Nun is more of a horror icon than Megan. Didn't I say Leatherface? I did say Leatherface, didn't I? How do you think it's gonna go? This movie? I think this movie's gonna be hilarious.
Shit.
Back again.
My God, he stabbed her. Not her.
My pronouns are they, them. He stabbed them.
We back.
Oh, Christ. Oh, God.
A serial killer on the loose.
Hello, Tuesday.
I have been preparing for this for years.
Oh, what the fuck?
Hello, Mother. You look like shit.
Should we hug?
I really want to, but I'm a Republican now, so I'm supposed to be racist.
Oh, girl.
Okay.
I think all white people are racist anyway. Come here.
Okay. Oh.
Hey there. We heard tell of
Okay.
Halloween
Oh,
party.
okay. Is this is a Sinners reference?
Half gay shit.
Why just half gay?
Stop smiling.
Oh. Okay, that was one of the fucking and weapons. Oh. And Sinners again. And oh, what was this one called? Oh, hey, buddy.
Santa gave me a severed arm.
Be sure to thank him.
What the?
Okay, okay. I'm putting...
Help! Help!
Bitch, we on break. So you
What is that
handle yours.
hair?
I'll be right or here eating my falafel and my pork rinds. Bitch.
Okay, I'm not excited for this movie anymore. I'm not. I have lost the bit. It seems like it'll be goofy and silly, but it also feels like it's goofy and silly in a Hollywood way, which it needs to be. Ugh. All right, but it doesn't come out till June, and we probably won't be able to watch it in like Discord until like August at least. To be transgressive, it again though, it has the Hollywood bit. It feels like Hollywood comedy. Or like what Hollywood executives think the average person's comedy is. And it's just kind of... I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh, no, not the WhatsApp. The WhatsApp. You had Hollywood in the sentence. What more do you need to say? True. That is technically true. Oh my God. Oh no. Sorry, I just saw somebody posted a short about one of the characters in Resident Evil 9, and I was put off by how huge he was. Wait, what the hell? Oh no, Nike released a new character. And she has a claymore on her boobs. Why? Why? How huge is he? Don't worry about it. We'll play the game eventually, I'm sure. Probably. Probably. It'll definitely, though, have to wait till payday, and maybe I'll have enough money. Although right now it looks like I'm probably just going to be buying prescriptions, or I think it's actually time for me to set up a doctor's appointment. Shit, I gotta get a doctor's appointment. Fuck. I want to be a Leon Panini. It was not Leon. It was not Leon. My guess is it was the Tyrant, but far more person-y than, like, say, 2 or 3's Tyrants. You can have Chris. Leon is mine. How dare you? Leon is mine. Actually, I don't care. I'll take Jill. Jill's mine. There we go. That's much better. Okay. I gotta get a few appointments set up too. I have to set up the clinic, and then I'm gonna have to probably get blood work done because they want to do blood work every year. And I think I'm gonna actually drop one of my meds because I got curious recently and I went to go look up like the side effects of some of them, and I was like, ooh, okay, I got a bunch of this list. That's a checklist. I haven't been to a doctor in years. I haven't been to a like general practitioner in years. I go to a clinic to get like my meds and stuff and to get blood work done. Okay. Oh no. All right, chats. What else was there? What other things do we need to talk about? Again, how many people are simping for Leon on my feed? A lot. The answer is a lot. Guilty? What do you mean guilty? Can I take Ada Wong? You can have Ada Wong. I'm tired of Ada Wong being an obvious fucking liar. I've grown tired of Ada Wong showing up, whoever the main character is, trusting Ada for some god-awful reason. Wait, what? Okay. Greedy beef? Greedy? What is beef being greedy about? What the fuck is Hank? Hank? What do you mean Hank? Is that supposed to be like hunk? Is that another meme that somebody's come up with? It's like he's not quite a hunk, but he's not a twink anymore. Undergoing twink death. He's past twink death. If you look at any of the cutscenes where it's like up close in his face, that man is past twink death. There is nothing you could do with that. Oh, that's the second squats I owe. What the hell? Oh, wait, people are still doing roleplay in GTA? Is that still a thing? Oh, yeah, I was gonna say Hunk is also the special tactics guy who I love, but has also not been seen in... God, what was the last game he was technically in that was like a canon game that wasn't like one of the multiplayer ones? What was he in? 3? 2? Notice she has to do all of it at once? Fuck you. Wait, he was in the remake? Hunk was in the remake? When was that? Also, I'm standing up, which is why I'm looking. It's making me look down now because they got to do the 40 squats. All right, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. When does he show up in 4? 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I said non-canon. Those are non-canon moments. I don't mean, when did he last just appear as a character? When was the last time he showed up in a story? Chop, pay attention. Or was it 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 41 years. It ain't been 41 years, Super, but thank you for the 41 months. Was that 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. All right. Whew. Versus chat when Baron misses something. Listen. Chop, pay attention. Jingle skis. There's multiple of y'all and there's only one of me. I'm easier to pay attention to. Whew. Also, why the fuck do I suddenly have so many emails? Why do I always get emails when I go live? There's nothing all morning. Put my phone down, type key jingle. What do you mean, put your phone down? It's me, I'm emailing you? No, weirdly enough, it's PR firms. Keys? All right, I'll get more keys. Oh no, it's just weird that it happens when I go live. Computer has virus? No, they're not like spam emails. No, they're all of the keychain merch. All just attached together. So if you want a keychain, go check out BT Horizons. I have every single one. I'm hanging in there, Blicky. It's a Monday. It's a Monday. We kind of cringed at the what was it called? At the scary movie trailer, that's what it was. Oh, Wiggle Baby keychain. The Wiggle Baby original keychains were technically available. I actually have a stack right here. Still in their original packaging after like nearly 4 years. But the 2.0 Wiggle Baby, I do not own the commercial rights to, and it is almost $100 to get the commercial rights to the Wiggle Baby to be able to make merch of it. Can Beef buy a Wiggle Baby keychain? I'm kind of keeping them as like if I show up at a convention in person, I would give them out to people that found me. No, I literally did not get a call back. I called a second time too after the last one I talked about on stream. Still never once got a call back. Didn't even get an email. I never once heard back from them. Just buy a ticket to visit Marion, huh? And get it signed by you? Oh no. Oh no. All right. Wait, what the hell is this? Oh, okay. Beef is not a mission. Can sign my forehead? I guess. I guess. Apparently. But... okay, nothing important here. Oh, okay. This is why I'm getting so many of people's videos of GTA RP. Because I guess a subsect of VTubers made a server and one of the homies is reposting all of them. Jesus. All right. Put that away. Can sign my autograph book because I want it to last. I mean, that works. That's one way to do it. Don't forget your sun cream, Agent Beef. Ah, yes, sun cream. I've always thought it was funny that some places called it sun cream, but a lot of places in the US call it sunscreen. How did we come to call it sunscreen? Enunciation problem, maybe? Advanced signature. Yeah, there is. The water bottle I self-care out of every day has my autograph on it. So if you want my autograph, you can also just get the water bottle. Why screen? Who screen? Windscreen? Okay. Starscream? Oh no! Yes, it's I, Starscream! But I just bought a hoodie bear and I want to wait to get the bottle. Listen, you can get it in any order you want. It screens for people smart enough to use it. I mean, it's obviously like a screen against, well, the sun. But I don't know how we went from sun cream, because sun cream very much describes like what it is, as opposed to sunscreen, which is just like, you could say sunscreen too, and it could mean like a shadow film that you put over a window or something. Hi, Free. Are they good with me? Nah. Meh. They're extremely meh. Very, very meh. Also, chat, we have a new short out. That's what I should do. I should be bashing y'all over the head to go watch the new short. Let me go get that for you. If Baird was a transformer, what would she transform into? Probably a motorcycle. Probably a motorcycle. Or maybe a submarine. RC? Oh, God. All right. All right, chat. Yeah, let's pin that. All right, chat. I'd be greatly appreciated if you go watch that short. It only has 9 views so far. RC was my crush as a Transformer. Okay, but which RC? Because RC is like one of the Transformers that changes so fucking much. Is it like pink and white RC? Is it the like black and blue RC? Google says sun cream, often thicker and greasier, is designed to physically block or reflect sunlight, while sunscreen absorbs or reflects UV radiation using chemical or physical filters. I've always used those interchangeably. I cringe, committed in Texan. Listen, I can't stop it, okay? Y'all just rolls off the tongue so much easier. It falls out of my mouth, as you will. Gen 1 RC? That's the pink and white one, right? She was pink and white in the original series, right? Yes, it happened. No, I care more about Jill. The thing is, though, is I don't have like a crush on characters like so many people in like the Resident Evil fandom do, where they're always like, Leon's a twink. I can't wait to see him in the next game. Or, oh my God, Chris is here. Look at that beefcake. No. I just want to know that Jill's still alive. Or Rebecca. I want to know that Rebecca is doing okay. So real quick, we're actually going to swing over to the other screen, but we're not going to do anything. Hi, chat. How are you? Welcome to the Void. She's so cute and cute. Isn't she? Didn't we get in the trailer that she's like the daughter of someone else that's important? And I can't remember who. That thing is, I want to play the game. I want to play the game at some point. My baby had been missing since RE4. No. Leon, are you talking about Leon? Or are you talking about... I mean, almost every one of the protagonists that we've had for Resident Evil have been infected. Have been infected by one of the various viruses across Resident Evil at least once and then been cured. Probably not who you're thinking. I love the shopkeeper NPCs. Listen, Resident Evil has a way with shopkeeper NPCs. The one from 4 and the one from Village are really good. Delete it off your short? I didn't touch it. Who to what now? Delete it off the shorts. Use. Okay. He ate the plants. Will the Redfield bloodline ever continue? Truly, no idea. No clue. We may never know. Was only seen once in RE6. RE6. That's one of the ones that I haven't played because I couldn't get it to run properly. Is it Jake? Oh. Okay. Minor spoiler because that game's fairly old. Not minor spoiler, fairly important spoiler. Isn't Jake the son of Albert Wesker? Wasn't he the son? Yeah. And we do find out at the end, he gets like a complete like end. He like goes off and like becomes like a humanitarian and stuff. So he's just about. What the bloodline gag is. It's Chris Redfield constantly showing up to save Leon, but then making the joke of, you should marry my sister, Leon. You should marry my sister. Your genes are strong. Which I think actually goes all the way back to 2. I think it goes all the way back to Resident Evil 2. AKA the mini stories. Been watching some people play it. Yeah, there was a lot of those games that were like that. That's also no, Leon should marry Beef. You're getting married soon. Okay, Beef, go ask Mrs. Beef right now. If Leon came to you and offered to get married, would she let you go? Because the genes aren't? Oh my God. Oh my God. Forget Ada. Look, my sister's right here. Christ. The thing is Leon is not chasing romance at any point in any of the games, so it doesn't matter. Leon spent almost his entire life, like, he was gonna be a rookie cop, and the day he was set to join was when shit hit the fan. And then ever since then, he's been like, he's worked for like the Anti-Bioweapons League, whatever that thing was. He's been part of the federal government. He's worked for the president. He's been part of the Secret Service. And now he's back doing the anti-bioweapon shit. The man has done nothing but want to piss on Umbrella's grave his entire life. That's Marin's kind of character. True. I mean, none of the characters are really chancing romance in any way. Except Chris, who's basically trying to take his sister and any strong man he can find and do the now kith. I can appreciate that level of dedication. Leon's too busy for love. That's true. Looks at Leon's sex haver, Kennedy. Leon is not a sex haver. Leon fucks. And then he moves on. Leon and Ada? Well, Ada has sexual tension with everybody. That's just Ada. Your concern is related to a future VTuber character concept. What does that mean, Metawants? Okay, you're just off topic. I see the list. You're entirely off topic. Stay on topic. I've started to get annoyed whenever somebody comes in and is just like, here's a completely random subject from what we're talking about. Keys, baby. Come on, stay sharp. Listen, when I asked if y'all wanted me to start being mean, I'll start being meaner. I will start being meaner. Gets to edging as the mandatory knife fight in each game. You know what? I think is there a knife fight with Leon in every game? Leon is our bisexual king. I don't think there's any proof. Again, I don't think there's any proof of any of the main characters like sexual drive other than Ada, because Ada looks like she'll fuck anything with a pulse. As long as it's to get the job done. But I guess I have no choice. How dare you? How dare you? I love chubby women. What does that mean? I'm guessing that's what you mean by not my usual choice of tomboy. Are you partial to chubby tomboys? Is that what this is? Glup. Knife is a function of the game, so you knife fight in every game. I mean, true. Almost every protagonist does, in fact, have a knife. Keeping chat on topic. Surprise, the chat starts going off topic again. True. Who hasn't Ada worked for? The US government? I don't think she's worked for the US government. Had a knife fight in 2. We played 2 in like the last year, I think. I don't remember a knife fight. Is the daughter of the reporter of Resident Outbreak? Ah, okay. Chainsaw Flip Leon is so hot. Oh my God. Stop. The Beef, are you okay over there? Do I need to go talk to Mrs. Beef? He did because of Ada? I don't think she ever worked for the government. I mean, like, in all the ones where Leon and Ada show up, Ada is always antagonistic, or in some cases, not actually Ada. Do we need to talk about Project Ada? Is it time to talk about Project Ada? Spoilers? Spoilers? They made, was this 6? Was it 6? I'm pretty sure it was 6. Where you find out that either like Umbrella or another organization, yeah, was literally making the Chrysalis, the Chrysalis bioweapon mainly for the purpose of not making monsters, but for cloning Ada Wong. Because some CEO bastard fell in love with Ada. Ada left him, and he got obsessed and wanted to be able to, like, infect people with a bioweapon that would turn them into Ada. Yes. And it worked. It did, in fact, work. They turned a white blonde-haired secretary into Ada. And then that Ada went around infecting Shanghai? Is that where it was? I think that's where it was. Should we drink every time chat goes off topic? No. No. Understandable? That is one way to spell that. This is some Clone Saga shit. It was some Clone Saga shit. I mean, that's also the game where you get the boob gas monster. That's basically just like a pear-shaped monster that shoots gas everywhere. And that gas infects everybody with whatever the virus was in 6. I don't remember what the virus was called. No, Melissa, I don't know. Go back to your room. See, and that's why we love Leon. He ain't got time for the clone sect shenanigans. He's got to be a hero. Correct. C-Virus, thank you. Thank you. I was going to say, there's been what? T-Virus? You know what? Fuck it. We're getting the Resident Evil wiki out for this. The progenitor virus, all the viruses in Resident Evil. Of course, progenitor virus, which actually came directly from the flower. The G virus, aka the Golgotha virus, by William Birkin. The T virus, the Tyrant virus. The T Veronica virus, the variant made by Veronica. The T Abyss virus, which was like the underwater aquatic mutation version. T Phobos virus, aka the Fear virus, mutates with extreme. Oh, this was the one from the island. Shit, what was the which game was that? Was that 6 too? Or was that a different one? Regardless, the island one, where they're basically kidnapped and injected, and when they get really, really scared is when they mutate. Let's see. The T Phobos. Okay, the NET virus, or the NET virus, which was for Nemesis. The C virus, which is the chrysalid virus, the one we just talked about. The Ouroboros virus, which was Wesker's project. Las Plagas, can't forget Las Plagas. The Mutamycete, which was the mold from Village and technically from 7. The Kadir, which are the mutated Plagas from 5. The combined virus, which is the TG virus, of course, Tyrant and Golgotha virus. The Cameron virus, which is an unknown retrovirus that shows up like once. And something called the Kotaku virus, which was specifically for bioweapons. Revelations 2. That was the Abyss virus, wasn't it? I was gonna say, wasn't Revelations 2 the Abyss virus? The T Abyss virus? Oh, the island one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi, Hectic, how are you doing? That is too many viruses. Put those back. No. No. Here, let's see if there's any others in here. What the fuck is this one? TJCC203. Experimental T variant mutagen administered to 63-year-old Doug Frost. Wait, is this new? Wait. Is JCC3 from the newest game? Have they already edited? Okay, I think this has already been updated with new lore. I don't want to read that just in case there's like new shit in here. Trying to be productive, basically just flailing at the keyboard. Listen, I totally understand. Revelations 1 was the T Abyss? Oh, was it? Okay. You know what? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So she isn't spoilered? Oh, it's fine. I closed it. I already closed it. But mold isn't a virus? Plagas isn't a virus? Well, I mean, they've been mutated by variants of the progenitor virus. They're bioweapons based off of the progenitor virus. No, licks all the test tubes. They're mine now. We got ghosts to fight. Well, we will be fighting ghosts. We have about 3 minutes until the ad break. And then we'll jump right into the game right after the ad break. Not looking at spoilers of media before you experience it. Well, I usually like lore and stuff. And the fact that Resident Evil 9 looks so fucking good, dude, I'm very excited to play it. And listen, if y'all want to make it faster so that I can play the game sooner, listen, if y'all paid for it today, I would play it Wednesday. We would break out the game on Wednesday. Everything else can eat it. We'll marathon. We'll marathon it following Reanimal tomorrow with Tia. Oh, but there was something else I was going to check. What was it? What was it? Yeah, Resident Evil on a Wednesday. If they had one for every letter of the alphabet. Nah, it's not quite that high. I mean, y'all could donate either to Ko-fi or... Oh, no, I didn't put it on Throne. So Ko-fi's probably the best one. Marathon, we got 10 hours on the clock already. Oh, you're talking about the extra... What was it? Was it 10 hours? I thought it was like 6. Oh, wow, that was really good timing on the timer post. So yeah, we're at 5% of 500, which is $25? Yeah, 25. So, I mean, if y'all hit the 20% mark, that would be enough money. I'm cutting into like the fees that fucking Ko-fi and PayPal always fucking take. Then I could buy the game and have it downloaded and ready for Wednesday. And we would play it both Wednesday and Thursday. Wait, what was on the schedule for Wednesday and Thursday again? Why did I did not want to open Steam. I wanted to open Discord. Schedule. Oh, right. More Crystal and more sticks. Or starting sticks. You know what? I'm fine with pushing both of those for later. I'm totally fine for pushing both of those for later. Even if it was on Throne Cove. Yeah, because Throne would take like days for me to get the money. And I mean like more than like, it probably wouldn't even be in my pocket by Wednesday. Sadly.
Lovely gift from the beauty
Jesus.
up front.
Why did it sound like that? Hello? Oh, that's 10. Spanish Bioshock or Resident Evil Leon drilling? Hard call, but Leon, come back to me? Oh boy. All right, that's 10 towards it. This also goes back towards the wheel spin, chat. Don't forget that. This does contribute to the next wheel spin. Okay. Ad break in 30 seconds. Let me make sure I have the game ready for y'all. Of course, we'll do my favorite. Because I make the rules in this house and I get to decide the things that we do. Yes. All right, let's go to the corner. None of those throners are train nonsense. Oh, do you mean like hype train? Does anybody know, does Resident Evil have difficulties? Anybody know if Resident Evil has difficulties? Breaking out the rope? Oh no, not the rope. All right, ad breaks will start in a second. I'm gonna go ahead and start the game. But I don't think I'm gonna go anywhere. Has to play on the hardest difficulty? Yeah, that's, for Resident Evil, it's gonna be like, we did, what was it, 20 gifted subs for Crystal? Which I promise we are going to finish Crystal, chat. Even if we push it this week, if we push it because y'all donate for the Resident Evil game or something, I promise we will still finish Crystal at some point. I really want to know how the world building and stuff comes together. Hi, Fake News. How are you doing? What do you mean? What do you mean the actual fuck is going on? Okay. A good 8 out of 10 for me. I know one of my buddies was messaging me the after stream after we played it last week, and he was like, I'm enjoying it, but at the same time, the combat feels really repetitive. But then I was like, are you still in the first zone though, or have you like moved on to other zones? And he was like, I'm still in the first zone. I was like, that's probably why. I feel like that's the reason why. My mind lasts 72 hours? I mean, relatable. But in what way? In what way? That's important. Zebra's 52. Chicken's 3. Taunts. Was that 1 and 51? Gorilla. Gorilla. All right, we still have just under 2 minutes for this, so we'll do another round after it loads. All right. Let's close a couple things. Just save that sweet, sweet bandwidth. Where's the other koala? I think you meant koala. Oh, this is animals again. Turtle. Wait, have we already seen both turtles? Wait, was that wasn't 13 and 14, was it? Oh, nope, it was a different one. Walrus 41, platypus 49. Loves the same platypus again. Ah, damn it, that's second boar, and I already forgot where the first one was. 38, 63. Okay, there we go. At least I remember the platypus. Okay. Shark is 25. Oh, I zoomed out and I stopped looking at the animals for a second. Shit. Shark, 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 shark. Mine. Where's the other dolphin, you animal? Damn it. Where was the other dolphin? Now wait till Hellraiser Revival gets a release date. Oh, does this still not have a release date? I thought it did. You're welcome, Beef. You're welcome. All right. All right, chat. Are we ready to get into Ghostwire again? I think we were doing some side missions last time. I think. I don't remember for sure. I sucked that one. Everyone kept stealing mine. It's... Oh, nope, 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 nope. Okay, there we go. Whew. Almost accidentally new gamed my way into a mistake. All right, now where the hell... Oh no. Okay. Hello? Oh, sorry. Volumes. I didn't unmute the game. I'm so sorry, chat. Y'all hear that, right? That's a suspicious amount of Tengu. Oh, I didn't realize there was graffiti. I thought I heard music. Okay. Hell yeah, more points, baby. All right, hold on. We need to go see if we... Oh no, we only have 25. We haven't bought the Summon Tengu yet. Oh, we have bought the Summon Tengu. Okay. Never mind. Then we can probably actually spend these points on something. Let's go here. Ah, damn it. Capacity boost. Food boost. Quiver boost. Draw speed wouldn't be bad, but I kind of want to level up Ethereal Weaving more. We'll do this one. Oh, get you working. Okay. Is there anything else we can spend it on? Glide boost duration? Wire in duration? Ground pounds! Range boost spectral vision. Because we haven't upgraded that at all.
Let's get it cleansed.
Cool. Oh. Okay. Oh, god damn it!
Barrier?
Oh shit, that's right. That's what it was. I was like, I remember this area being familiar, but I couldn't remember how bad it was.
Think I should have used my head here too?
Give it a rest already. We need to move before we get sealed in.
There's gotta be some more of those stones supporting this barrier.
Oh, hi, ma'am.
That's one down.
No, 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 no. Whew. Oh, there's one. Oh. I was trying to jump.
That's two down.
Okay, there's one up there.
Barrier's still up. There's gotta be more.
Wait, is there two of them? Oh no. Ooh. Oh, there is. There's two of them. Oh, shit. Think you could reach it? Nope. Summon Tengu, baby.
All right, that the last one?
Then one of the best perks in the game. Inside the barriers of Patagonia Classic. True. It's kind of one of those things that happens in a lot of like Ogmyoji type stuff. Is usually you make a barrier more for the outside.
Funny how they always seem to be one step ahead of us.
Why did it put me all the way back here?
Of Rinko?
You're damn right I am. Gotta figure out what happened to her. There's a phone booth with a different color mark than the others. Find it, and it'll connect us to Ed. We're gonna need a telephone card to use it, though. Guess we better add that to the list.
Telephone card. Okay.
You rigged a bunch of public phone booths.
We saw the shrimp and were like, do that the rest of the campaign and thought it was Thadric bought 20 subs. Yes, correct. Thadric did. Thadric did, in fact, buy 20 subs for it. We're also kind of getting to the point where we're finding the spirits that give a lot more souls. That's 300. Okay.
have to go find the phone card anyway?
It's a thing with Ed. Ask him.
If you're using a phone, you gotta use a phone card.
They're onto us.
No, she's not. Shut up. Give me that. Ooh. Okay. There's a person that looks like they're, well, talkable. Can I just see? Oh, there it is. Why are there so many of you? Again, too, I like that these little graves are just kind of tucked into the buildings. It's such a cute little, like, aesthetic thing. Oh. All right, we'll do this one first. Yummy crispy soul Sprite? Oh, no.
Makes my skin
Do you think
crawl.
McDonald's Sprite is made out of souls? Oh, I need to ask, chat. Did any of you see the new ad that McDonald's put out that was trying to show the CEO eating McDonald's food? And he literally looked like he was gonna vomit. There's a side mission over here. Ah, okay, I know which one this is. Hi, buddy.
In this tree dwells a guardian spirit, a real Kodama.
Have you enjoyed this game? I love this game, Vapor. This is like the third or fourth time I've played through this game. This is one of my favorite RPGs ever.
If that happens, the sacred
I want a sequel.
to wither away and die.
Then we'll absorb the Kodama's power. Safer that way.
Yeah, that's probably for the best.
Okay. Oh. Hi, buddy.
We gotta save the Kodama.
Oh, he made it to the tree, didn't he?
Get back there. You can't leave the Kodama.
Oh, what the hell?
Get back there. You can't leave the
Why are you so fast? We good?
Good. Looks like those things
Hi,
finally
buddy.
gave up.
It's the little furry thing that y'all were talking about before. It's the Kodama.
Take its power. And go.
Yay, Magatama. All right, that puts us at 2. All right, let's go back and see if we can find like the phone card and shit. Which there was the school kids down here. Think fast.
That took you long enough.
Yeah, that's on me.
That's on me.
That was rough.
Ow. Sean, I just thought of the worst joke. I'm probably gonna say it later when we get into like a bigger fight. But just know I'm sorry, but also not sorry at the same time. Trust me, you'll know when the joke is said. Oh, there's actually a tree here. Well, kind of a tree, I guess. Oh. Are you actually saying something, or is that just gibberish? I feel like that was actually gibberish. Okay, so let's go find the other ones. Okay, so there's more that way. Oop. Aren't you working? There we go. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, there's two of them. Hi. Hi, guys. Have the U.S. public school special. Ow. Please die. Why won't you die? Thank you! Oh, shit. Come on. There's my Tingo. It's a good joke, but oh boy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It didn't help that I fumbled. I fumbled the words. Whoop. There's a phone. Oh. Are you... Oh, it's a dog. Hello? Darn it. Okay, is this the right phone?
This one.
Okay.
Mark's white.
Wait, that one is... Oh, no, that's... I guess that's gray, I guess. Hi, dog. Okay. Yoink. What about you? Did the dog eat the card I was holding? Oh, no. Hi, buddy. I mean, still hit the mark. It's just like the public school special. Well, look at you. Okay. Will you spit up the card for me, buddy? Also, who was that? Wonder Waffle, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What you're looking for is this way? Oh, boy. What do you think it wants?
This dog knows something.
He is a very good boy, okay? A bunch of cats hanging out under the... Oh, where did he go? Wait, did you just take me to the side quest? Is that what this is? Oh, shit. Oh, it started, triggered an event. God damn it. Move, buddy. Up and over, please. God damn it.
Got more coming in.
Okay. Cease and desist. You too.
Ready to roll.
The range isn't far enough. Gimme. Hi, Anna. Okay, are we done? Is that it?
No. Keep looking.
Oh, I just heard the sound of one. Okay, give me those fucking spirits. I need to play this game. It's a fun game. Oh, Anna, it gets worse. Let me, not this button. Chat did a little thing, so. And I played this game a bunch. Why is it not? Oh, that's because it was, yeah. Yeah, this. Oh, hail scrimp. You did this! You did this, chat! How could you? Alright. Side mission? No, let's go do the main part of this mission. Which I got turned around and I think I definitely lost where the dog was. I had to jump over the fence to get here. Where was that tall fence? Oh, it was this tall fence. Okay, so it was back here. And you stopped here. Oh, there it is. It was right there on the ground.
Can't believe people still use these.
Sometimes the old ways are best.
Okay. The prawn lord? Stop. Gotcha. The true form revealed? No. No. Who made Hi-Fi Rush? Yes, yes it is. Alright, give me that one. Then we'll remove the affliction on this one. Why is this one so wrecked? Jesus. You. Okay. Give me that. And we got to go to the phone booth, which it has 2 marked. Yes, buddy, I hear you. Let's go to this one first. Although... phone booth? Kidding. Hi, kitty. Awesome. There's the fucking music again. Well, now seated in my brain. Thank you. Uh-oh. Chat.
No dice.
It's not this one.
It's a different colored mark.
How much money do I have? I got plenty of money. All right, chat. Sit back, relax. We got collectibles to get, baby. We got collectibles to get.
Make it count.
It's not even is it Gamba time if you get all of them? If you just empty the machine? Is it still Gamba? The more money, the more funny. Thing is, though, is it only costs like, based on its cost, it's like 16,500 of the currency of the Mecha.
Good one.
To be able to get every single one in each machine, because I think each one only has like 33 to each. I genuinely have no idea how many of these there are, but this is the 3rd one. This is the 3rd one we've done.
Make it count.
Ooh. Okay, the Rage Walker.
You never know.
You never know. It doesn't matter. I have enough money to buy all. Oh my god, it's a cockroach. I can't even rotate it to show you. You just get like the frontal of the cockroach.
Make it count.
Gamba, Gamba, don't you want a Gamba? Ugh. Ooh, okay, that was the sound effect of what they do when you get caught.
No.
Wants to go to Japan just to dump money into gachapon machines? Why gachapon machines? I would feel bad because I'd spend the money on the gachapon. I'd be like, oh, that's money I could have spent on food. I'm very much a food traveler. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. But the number one reason I want to travel is food. Everything else is secondary. I think you mean penis bug? That was not a penis bug. That was a roach.
Is that a good one?
So real, so valid. I mean, come on. A day of getting little trinkets? Oh, I would absolutely get little trinkets here and there. But knowing me, it'd be like, every argument I have with myself is going to be like, do I want to do this thing or do I want to go eat a delicious dinner? Oh God, we still have 20 more to go. Fuck. Hi, Pyro. How are you doing?
Let's see.
All right. Kuchisaki Oni. Food, yes, absolutely, but like micro Gamba, that's how they get you. That's how they get you, Hectic. Oh, Retribution, the terrifying trash bag mermaid.
What's it gonna be?
Please eat all the food for me and tell me about it. Hey, listen, I haven't got to travel. Well, generally, like, ever, aside from like my one trip to New Orleans in college.
Is that a good one?
So that's far away. I would have to be doing a lot better to be able to do like travel stuff.
What is it?
His shelf covered in minis and Gundams? What's your point? What are you getting at here? Have a good time, Super. Thank you for hanging out. I'm sorry, chat. We gotta do the thing. We gotta do the Gamba because I gotta do all the collectibles because I want to get all the collectibles because I want to get all the achievements. Do you have a food bucket list in terms of like specific dishes or like specific places?
See.
The need for achievementing is so real. Absolutely. Especially because this is like the third or fourth playthrough. I want to like get something more out of it.
What's it gonna be?
Hi, Master Perry. Welcome in. Both. I do want to try like Japanese pizza because people tell me it's quite a bit different. But I want to see how different in terms of specific dishes. But other than that, I want to go to Japan. I want to go to China. I want to go to Uzbekistan. If I could, I'd love to go to like Saudi Arabia, Iran. What are some of the other ones? Like Morocco, Egypt. I'd like to go to Nigeria someday. Or kind of just like the west coast of Africa and like North Africa are kind of like my meat and potatoes where I want to go someday. Doesn't want to go to is a lot shorter. The United States. End of list. End of list. Slightly different cheese, provolone. I see they have some odd toppings. I mean, listen, I used to put corn on my pizza when I was in high school, and finding out that Japanese pizza often has corn on it, I have no qualms here. These are my people.
Is that a good one?
Where do I want to be? Not right here. You know what, chat? I think it's time just to become an English teacher in China.
What is it?
Is that what we need to do instead? All right, we've only got a few more of these.
How'd we do?
You ready for this?
KK voicing his own little figure.
You never know. Is that a good one?
It was definitely a good one. That is one good boy. I mean, cheeses are slightly different across every country. I mean, it also doesn't help. If you think the only pizza in the world is something like Domino's Pizza Hut or like Papa John's, the only cheese you know is government cheese, baby. I'm sorry. That's the only cheese you got. Was there any other? Okay, they're all up here, so that's fine. We're gonna go to this one first. Wait, why did you light up? Any spooky shit hiding in the alleys? No. Spiritual hero figures stop saving the city because gachapon stickers wait for no one? Yes.
My boyfriend, he killed himself. I just can't bring myself to believe it.
Okay, but how long ago did he do it like minutes before everyone got turned into spirits?
To take their own life wouldn't make plans like that, right?
What do you think could have done it then?
Well, for his work, he had to go to this building where a lot of people have killed themselves.
Huh?
Well, it's possible that a place like that could have cursed him.
So what is that?
Okay,
Oh, this is a crane
let's go
hanging
check it
down.
out.
That's rough, buddy. My girlfriend turns into the moon. Oh my god. All right, give me that. I want this cat. I want this cat. Give me the cat. Give me the cat. Bash. Bash. Excuse me. Okay, I guess they're going this way. Hi, Kafka. Oh, Kafka, I watched one of Gloop Queen's clips this morning, and the chat roll across the bottom. I saw you, and I basically did like the Leonardo DiCaprio point. It's like, I used to know that bitch. At all, but it clearly sucks. I mean, yeah, it's one of those things, or it's one of those things that it's like it's best not to dwell on it. Oh, I'm actually kind of glad I remembered this.
Feeling something strange around here.
I was gonna say, I'm glad I remembered this because... Hi, Fatso.
A yokai?
Gotcha, bitch.
Found it. We can
Oh.
get in through here.
That's not a door, but okay. Okay, real quick, because we got... I think that was our third. We can go spend it on leveling this up. So that eventually we can add the third bracelets, because right now we only have... Wait, do we have two? Hold on a second. I better have the wind one equipped right now. Okay, I do. Hello? That's not good. Hey, buddy, what are you doing up there? What are you doing right here, buddy?
You're next. Now you die and replace me.
How about I just,
Oh, we got a fighter
like,
here.
purge you? The woobly women gender? Wait, what do you mean? Which clip was it? Oh,
What did it mean by...
I think it was about her getting in trouble in Catholic
that was
school. I think that's what it was.
Still, just a specter.
Smash. Oh, hi. Hi, Oscar. Oh, damn it. I missed my chance to hand sign. Ooh. Are you... Okay, you only turn. I'm glad that these things are, I guess, deaf? Seemingly? Yeah, but if they trade places with you, then they're no longer living. Sign language magic? I mean, yeah. Chat, this just reminded me, I have a question. I bring this up pretty frequently, especially recently. How many people have watched like an anime or anything that's like about an MMO? And you just see like the sheer number of I don't think I can get up that way. The sheer number of like classes that they have. Like if you've watched Overlord or Log Horizon or hell, even Dot Hack. How many of them have you seen that have like an Omyoji class of some kind or like Taoist class? Okay, hold on. Also, I keep spamming this because I'm being nosy for things like this. I found a key. It also highlights things for like collectibles and stuff. Hello, sir.
What's your pleasure?
Hi,
What's your
physicist.
fear?
What's back here? Did I just find, if you didn't find the key, is this the way that you were supposed to go? Oh, shit. Okay. Hi, ma'am.
Die already! Die! For my sake!
No. I refuse. Taoist Mafia and Outlaw Star? What?
I think I get what's going on here.
Okay, so I need to go back the other direction. Oh, it's just closed. Okay. But the other thing I was gonna say is the number of classes that show up in like anime and shit. I kind of wish MMOs actually had that sheer number of classes. And I mentioned before, I want a goddamn clown class. Where the fuck is my MMO with the clown class? Final Fantasy, for fuck's sake.
The curse is inescapable.
Is it inescapable? Are you sure? It's feeling pretty escapable in this point.
Curse is inescapable. I guess he's another victim.
Trying to think of what it could be besides mimic. I mean, it'd be called a clown, but it'd probably do like a whole bunch of circus stuff. Throwing knives, all that jazz. Throwing knives, silly things, substitutions. And probably an agility-based class or dexterity, depending on like what the characters or what the game uses. Juggler. Juggler is one that shows up in Final Fantasy. I think it shows up in Final Fantasy. A folder, dust-covered planner. I've been tasked with going to the suicide building. I hate it, but I drew the short straw. Gotta just get this over with. I don't want to be late meeting Sakura. Date with Sakura Kaguri at our usual spot. Oh, hi, buddy.
You need to get out of here. The curse will kill you. Run.
Nah.
You think this might be the spirit of that woman's boyfriend?
Maybe.
Nah.
He's a specter. It seems like they're all cursed.
So
Had something like that, did it?
If it's a curse, we need to cut off the source.
He's above us.
Good.
Okay.
Let's track him down.
He's above us.
Okay, I guess I can't purge him. Hi, buddy.
There.
Could be the source of the curse. After him.
All right. Hold on. There's useful things in here. All the ethereal snacks. Weirdly enough. Nothing special? Hey, buddy, what you doing?
Come on. You really think you can hide from us?
This is definitely going to be a combat room. All right, get it over with. Hi, big man.
Barely even put up a fight.
Oh, that was okay. That was it. Oh, is the fishing game not working? Okay, hold on a second. Somebody, let's see. Let's do exclamation mark fish. Yeah, it's not working. Why does it do this? Let me see if it's... No, it's signed in. All right, let me close it and reopen it. I don't know if it's like something with the fucking fishing game just kills it. I'm reopening the game, so it'll work afterwards. And test it. All right, it's working. All right, we're good. Excuse me, chairs. One class in their Bard series, the classes that wore Jester's caps, so kind of. I would take Jester too. Genuinely, I would. Jesus. Hey, buddy.
So, it's you. You're the source.
To die here is to be bound to this place.
Okay, but why?
Even if
Hi, Emmys. Welcome in.
you cannot leave.
Wait a goddamn second.
To escape, you must kill.
Okay, just had to check something.
Drop this scum now.
Circus theme range DPS would be easy enough. Slap a clown-based armor set and you're off to the races. True. Thing is, though, is I feel like the only MMO that we could possibly get that in is going to be Final Fantasy. I'm still pissed that they gave us Viper instead of Corsair. Hey, buddy.
Look, it's that Spectre from before.
Resident Evil 9? Yeah, we're actually raising money for it because otherwise I won't have any money for it until until payday in like
What happened here anyway?
2 weeks. 2.5 weeks, probably, knowing Twitch.
The curse stopped them from escaping until they killed someone else.
Wow. No wonder this place had so many suicides.
It was a revolving door of cursed souls.
Yeah, that sounds like Japan's work culture.
But I just couldn't bring myself to kill someone.
I'll gift it to you? Oh no, Jackie.
What do you mean?
Listen, if you want to do it,
It's time for you to get some fresh.
here, if you want to gift me things, chat, I will give you my Steam thing. Just really quick. I want to say I used to have a Steam command, didn't I? Let's see. Okay, no, it doesn't exist anymore. All right, there's my Steam code. You better tell me who you are, and if I don't recognize the name, you're getting denied. Listen, if I'm given games, I'm the more likely to play them on stream. I am all the more likely to play them on stream. Hello.
He finally came back to me. I can't thank you enough.
I mean, there was a time we had a command for it.
Finally together again.
Yeah, my name is the same everywhere.
I never gave up hope.
Just should make it easy. Perfect.
I can't believe she
Ordain, what are you looking at?
this whole time.
Focus that, boss man.
If I say that,
Don't think that way. I don't think you.
If you're naughty, you get coal. Oh no.
She waited for you because you're a good guy.
maybe you're right. Thanks to you both.
Okay, but did he? Oh. Wait, I see you. Where is it? Where is it?
There's gotta be more still out there.
So you can't see, but behind me is a mini map, and there's a yellow icon, which means that there is a collectible here somewhere. You rat bastard! I got your ass. Hi, buddy. Tanuki. Please and thank you. But that didn't count as the collectible. I doubt it's all the way down there. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. God damn it. Fine, we'll do it my way. Is it up here or is it somewhere else? Okay. Okay, hold on. Can I... Oh, well, let me switch to... There it is. Treat your possessions with care lest they become yokai. Hello? Did I just miss it? I think I just missed it inside, and I don't think I can get it again. Question mark? Oh, there's a Jesus statue here. Hello. Except, I got you. I got you. Give me a second. All right, Jackie and beef. That works for me. All right. Accepted. Let's do... I guess we're gonna see. Do we have any other side missions? Oh, wait. Collectible stand. We need to go to that. Oh, no. What was that? Okay, I think it was just a cat. I think it was just a cat. Oh, I don't have any of them. Yeah. All right, let's go back and do the main mission part. I think we were looking for the phone booth, weren't we? Guess I'm just not gonna be able to get that collectible. All me snooping around and using the scan over and over meant that I still didn't find the fucking collectible. Give me that. Phone booth behind me?
This mark is a different color.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. O-N!
I'm sorry I can't come to the phone. Many unforeseen happenings. On that note, let me report my status.
You're dead.
Dale and I managed to escape Shibuya as originally planned. We were separated from the others at the parking lot near Jizo Street. I initially thought that KK had died. But, as souls are being transmitted, he may still be alive after all.
Oh no, he's dead. KK is in fact dead. Speaking of transmitting souls.
You mentioned a parking lot by Jizo Street. Might be where Ed and Dale were waiting. Let's check it out. 12,000 experience. Maybe it'll give me a couple levels. I don't know. I don't know how much per level that is right now. Oh, yay, migraines. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna have a migraine about it.
Hold on, Mari.
All right.
Nice.
Oh, I did level up twice. Hell yeah. Okay, what do we want? HP restoration for core grabs? Ooh. Enemy core grabs. Oh, wait, we were gonna grab... We haven't bought it yet, so we kind of gotta. All right. Let's see. Is there any... Oh, shit. There's a side mission here. Okay. But I don't think there's any Torii gates we can unlock right now. Then we're also going to go do that Kappa. Methinks.
Andy.
Oh, what are you? Message and drop smartphone. I'm so sorry I lost the telephone card. The one from the animal photo series. I'm pretty sure I dropped it at the laundromat. I'll go check there. Someone also might have taken it to the police box, so I'll stop by there to find it too.
I can feel...
Oh! Now you're able to use fire elemental charge. It allows you to create jets of flame. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. So So we got a flamethrower power now. BRB Din Din, have a good night. Or go enjoy your dinner. I don't know what I'm gonna do for dinner tonight. I probably still need to go run and get like a, oh no, I have a box of shelf-stable tofu. Maybe I'll use that. All right, what is this? After I take this money. Excellent. Flame on? Oh no.
Wow, I've been waiting for my chance to pass on. I know it's
Man concerned about woman.
incredible.
So why don't you just do it already?
I want to. But there's
Go out for food? No, I'm limiting myself to only going out to eat on Fridays and Saturdays. You're trying to tempt me, you bastard. You bitch.
So I went over to talk to her, but she was gone. And now I can't stop thinking about her, and it's keeping me from passing on.
Peeking around a corner, huh? You might have seen her.
Ah.
All right. Seems worth checking out.
All right, I remember this one.
Let me know what she wanted.
Hey chat, you ready to see the freakiest spirit in this game? Okay, maybe the second freakiest spirit in this game. Aha. See it way down there?
There! Oroku Rokubi! I think she's trying to tempt us. Not my type.
Ah, come on. We're gonna catch her.
Hi, ma'am.
Might be a stretch, but I'd say she was looking for company. Huh?
I mean, yeah.
It's rude to keep a lady waiting. Absorb her power and let's go.
Yoink.
That was a pain in the neck.
Hey, all's well that bends well.
All right. So yeah, we'll find some of those later on now too. Because that's how you get all the Magatamas in this game. And then was there something else? Ooh. Oh, right, the Kappa. That's already marked another one way out in the mist. Oh, right, there was this one that we didn't get before. That's fine. All right, let's go feed a Kappa a cucumber. They have a bundle on Fanatical with this and some other great games I want to snag. Ooh. Smash. Wait a fucking second.
Sounds like a kappa. Must be close.
This is Jesus statue down there. Don't mind if I do. All right. Then we gotta hide from the cap. No, wait, there's no.
Try to lure out a kappa. Put a cucumber on that platform.
All right, hold your horses. Hold your horses. I'm getting spirits. Okay, it'll be fine. The kappa's not going nowheres. Puke.
A kappa? What do we do now?
Stay hidden.
We play the waiting game is what we do. I wanted to add to the list you made a couple weeks ago. Oh, the wheel? The wheel one you're talking about? What game you thinking? I was gonna say, I can add it to the wheel. The wheel basically funds itself, which is a very good thing. So really any game can get added to it if it seems appropriate. I have Crystal. We played it last week. played part of the first section. We were gonna play it this week, but if you sent me the Resident Evil 9, it's gonna take over Wednesday and Thursday. It's really cool. I was really enjoying it. And we are gonna finish it, I promise. Even if we push it because of Resident Evil, I promise we're still gonna finish Crystal, because I am very compelled by the world. Oh boy. I'll check it in just a second after we finish this kappa. Because I gotta do the world's most annoying game of hide and seek.
It took the bait.
Gotcha, bitch! Okay.
This ought to come in handy.
Yes, it will. Oh, there's ghosts up there. Oh. Oh, wait, there's a lot of stuff up there. Okay, hold on a second. Yeller! Okay, they're on that building.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
All right, let's test out the flamethrower chat.
Let him have it. Like those flames?
Okay, that was worth it. Ash. Oh, I whiffed. Ow. Hi, ma'am. Just unproviding VIPs in the time of need. Tease them by saying we need more things for the VIPs. Wait, what do you mean for VIPs? Do you mean the Discord VIPs or do you mean the Twitch VIPs? Why do I remember this area? VIP the mods, diamond encrusted swords. I probably wouldn't like double whammy the mods with both VIP and mod status. Oh, it was that Tengu I heard? Wait, what is that thing? Oh, okay. It was the sideways vacuum that really confused me. Also, wait a goddamn second. I see your ass. Where you going, buddy?
There.
Okay, I just had to walk forward a little bit more.
Like an Eton moment. It doesn't seem like it's too worried.
To never see the explanation of the bit. I'm sorry. Okay, hold on a second. Discord VIPs because we never got any screenshots of the PDS, and that's the new bit. I could have swore I sent some as it was getting worked on, didn't I? Also, yeah, let me check Steam real quick. Why is it telling me I have 3 new items? Come on, pending gifts. Are you gonna load or are you gonna eat? Oh, there we go. Requiem. Thank you so much, Jackie. Okay, no, we're not gonna start the download now because it'll crash stream. Okay.
Chase after it. Try to keep up until it
Back
stops.
to not too long ago and left off on chapter 4 and I forgot what happened. Ooh. Oh man, there's a bunch of afflictions. Alright, where you going? Where you going, buddy?
This is more.
Gotcha, bitch.
That
Okay.
should toughen you up.
Toughen you up? Recap, Barons is bugs. I is bugs. I have also become sushi. In the previous section at least, but mainly went off of you saying you didn't because it was something that was going to be. Oh, I'm always dumb. I'm always like, I want to make it a surprise. But then half the time I'm always like, but I want to show it off to people. Oh, okay, there's the ad break. Give me just a second. Let's do a save. All right. And then I will give you all the game. And I'm going to go eat a banana because, like I said, I only had an orange earlier before stream. So I'll be back in a minute. Have fun, kids. Okie dokie. What'd I miss? Who died? All right. Also, whoop. Wrong button. All right. I went to check something in Discord too. And apparently Twitch is having a get together of Texas Twitch streamers. Huh. In March? Huh. You know the word I meant? What do you mean? Which word? Funk? Do you mean funk? Oh, fuck Sunstar. What do you mean? You can't be mean to Sunstar. Even if Sunstar is constantly up to no good. Poor beef. Poor beef. All right, let's put this away. Let's put the music away. And let's go back to absolutely bullying every single ghost within a, like, 60-kilometer distance. Okay. Oh, wait, were there more spirits over here that I was getting? Yeah. Oh my god, my health is so low. Okay, so we can go that way. Another thing this game does, too, that I always thought was kind of interesting in its own way, is the more food you eat, it increases your maximum health at the same time. The food you eat increases your maximum health. All right, let's see. Do I have? Nope. Nope. Did not. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. Fuck. 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 No! That thing right there is the worst mob in the game. I hate her so much. Oh, I don't have any energy for it.
Come on!
I think what's funny is this was definitely not here when we came over here earlier. Which is why when I looked at this bridge, I was like, oh no. Wait, somebody dropped what? Hello? Search the area? Am I blind? Bag. There we go. Mrs. Battle. A recording left behind by Ed. It seems the device just happened to be recording when he dropped it.
If you won't take me, I'll go myself. Erika, wait! Look, I'm going after her. You two get out of Shibuya like we planned.
And what about KK?
Tell him he can't let Erika fight. And put this inside the locker at the station.
Will do. Tell us where you think Erika may have gone.
Oh, was it the bracelet?
I'm sure you can guess why things didn't exactly work out.
I'll keep my #1 Fisher, Sunstar. Will you? Will you keep
We
it?
had a rental locker there that we used for dead drops. Sounds like Rinko put something there.
Okay. Oh. Ah, shit. Of course. Of course this is the point where it decides to give us more. I can't fast travel these, can I? No, I can't. I can fast travel to this, though. I bet on that. Would you, Sunstar? Would you bet on that? Hello. Yeah. Ow! Oh, I didn't even see all there. Hello.
I think he might be stronger than the others.
Okay. Schmack. Okay. Okay. What are you doing?
I think the rumors about the subway might be true. Supposedly, if you're the only passenger on the subway, it'll bring you to a stop that shouldn't exist.
Ah, okay.
I thought that was
I
just
know where this is going.
Yeah.
Every minute on the minute for 4 hours? I don't know how you anglers do that. Listen, they try their best, okay? Sometimes it's also on before stream starts. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Back home. It haunts me, wondering what could have happened to him.
I always think it's interesting too how many different like supernatural things Japan comes up with
Let's go check out the
that'll happen to you if you're like a very solitary or lonely person. How many legends can y'all think of that's basically just if you're alone doing a thing, you're gonna get kidnapped? But it's like the supernatural equivalent. Subway station? Wait, hold on. We gotta check the soups. Okay, no, we have all the soups. What are you doing down there? Is this the down that I need to go to? Wendigo has entered the chat? Wait. What do you mean? Do you mean Wendigoon or do you mean like... Oh, hi guys.
It's like they're going to work or something.
Okay.
Good.
Anything of interest?
One passenger.
Not sure that's how it's supposed to work.
Okay, were we gonna try and take the elevator? Ooh!
Hey, I think our ride's here.
I'm sure this is fine. Oh my god, this sped up announcement. Would it go with like a word? Oh no. Wait.
We've come this far. Should see where it goes.
I don't think it was... Yeah, I don't think I was supposed to take the elevator. I don't think I was supposed to take the elevator. Don't call me Halo Pro. I got destroyed on friggin' regrets. I thought you were the Halo Pro, though. Hi, train. Excuse me. I like subways. I like trains. With Halo 7, I couldn't care less about what happened to Halo after Reach. I literally have not played a Halo game since Reach.
Go on, say that again.
I kind of just wanted to die. I think it's already dead. I think Halo's kind of dead at this point. At this, if they keep making more, it's doing nothing but milking the fucking industry. I would much rather get newer, better IPs. Ah, yes, The Abyss. Oh, that doesn't. That's not good.
Stopped.
Let's get off.
Gotta walk all the way to the station. ODST is my favorite. ODST was really good. I don't blame you. Oh, I can't take the hat.
This is definitely no ordinary train station.
I can't get out. The hell kind of station is this anyway? Send apple, send apple, send apple, send apple, send apple. Where are our cosmic brothers? I need you to solve this code. Help me. Send apple, send apple, send apple, send apple, send apple. See. I can't believe they're supplying. Oh, fuck. Oh, I hate her. I hate her. I hate her. I hate her. I hate her.
Corruption. It's evidence there's a buildup of emotions here. Need to purge it.
Yeah, whatever you say. Yeah. Oh, I have no arrows. Also, hold on. It feels like something's biting me. Oh no, I found an ant. Oh no, I found an ant. Oh shit. I'm gonna have to get the vacuum. I'm gonna have to get the vacuum after stream. Get down here. She's fucking pissed. I hate you, 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 I hate you. Okay. Hi, strange people.
Where is it? Where did it go? I know it's still here.
Calm down. It's gonna be okay.
I've heard the one you hate so much. I find it's a great reference to draw from given you can rotate them. What?
It's lurking nearby.
If you don't...
Charlie made a video covering Microsoft's vexing decision about what they're doing with Halo Studios. I have not seen it. Wait, Charlie is in Moist Critical? I don't watch Moist Critical. Oh, shit. Oh, bad touch. Okay, this is fine. Because we get to do this! Okay. Nailed it. Nailed it.
What? Is the train leaving?
No! Oh, hello. Email to wife. Oh shit, I missed that phone earlier. We gotta get on the train! Oh! Oh! Oh, they locked my camera in. I couldn't fucking... Hi, ma'am. Have gun? Okay, I need some more. You'll never take me alive! God, look at her struts. Whew. Okay.
This station shouldn't even exist. About time you went back where you came from.
Uh-oh. I'm sure that's fine. Hi, guys. Welcome back.
That was interesting. It's good to be back.
Looks like everyone stuck there made it out too.
Okay, guess that's it. Give me these two. Wait, that's not supposed to give me close to 1,500. I don't think there's gonna be more down here. Nope. Okay. Halo Studios says there's no mandate to use Gen AI and Halo campaign evolve, but what Microsoft said was strong-arming AI into the company that sounds like lies? Well, yeah, because the fucking CEO and fucking Microsoft itself, as well as like Xbox Studios and everything, they want AI and fucking everything, even though it makes no goddamn sense. Was it this way or was it this way? I think it was this way. Oh no, okay, this is just a dead end. I can see it on the map. All right, so this is the exit. Excuse me. Hints I'm reading are saying that the core AI person leading Xbox now is actually appointed to sunset Xbox. I mean, I think I did hear that too. Wasn't she also appointed at a different company once to do that? Can you imagine being a CEO known for being nothing more than to use to shut down companies? You should be embarrassed of yourself, man. Wasn't there was another side mission, wasn't there? I could have swore there was another side mission. Oh, right here. Camera frame. Oh, that's in the train station, isn't it? Can I... Yoink? Okay. Has it been touched by AI now? It depends on what your definition of AI is. I couldn't care less about things that like actually increase like workflow and everything. Like the stuff that I use to caption my shorts and everything to make it super fucking easy is quote unquote AI tools. It's very much not. I don't know why they called it that. It basically just it listens to whatever soundtrack you put in and then turns them into captions. Fantastic. Awesome technology. Oh, I'm 100% against generative AI. Natural stupidity of the average person. Nothing's foolproof. Never doubt the world's ability to make a bigger and better fool.
That's a pretty famous urban legend around here. There was supposed to be a monster lady dressed in red or something.
Oh, we have to deal with another one.
They say there's still stairs there that go down to the basement. You gotta walk through the building alone at night. And then you'll find
man.
not usually there. Thing is, no one
Audio transcription? Yeah.
has ever come back.
But it allows you, it converts it straight to captions for you.
And he never came out again.
It's cool. It's dandy. It's not AI, but for some reason it's under the AI tools category.
The source of corruption is human pathos that lingers. If the legend's well known, it must have gathered powerful emotions. Letting them fester too long can't.
Yeah, that's why I like this game. This is my favorite Japanese horror game. All right. We'll get that later. Where's it? Wait, where is it telling me to go? Oh, okay. Maybe we will just stop by the locker. Oh, never mind. No, it's a little bit further away.
Like the spirit said, look for stairs down that aren't supposed to be there.
It was this one. This is where I was staring before, but it wasn't anything before. Hi, buddy.
So that's what was happening.
Really cool Monster Hunter style game where all the enemies are yokai inside. You're talking about Yokai Watch, aren't you? Oh, hey, buddy.
Oh, why did I ever come down here?
I mean, because this is where all the good food
I
is?
still can.
Nah.
Now to find our woman in red.
Not looking forward to what happens when we do.
Neither am I, because I don't have line in right now. Or wire in.
Voice?
Well, guess we're gonna see this through now.
That's a positive spin on the situation.
Boss around here. If you could get rid of her, maybe we'd all...
Hello?
Do you know why her clothes are red? Soaked in the blood of her victim.
Yeah, that's totally the reason. Why are you upside down?
She'll kill me. Tonight. Quick.
Is she inviting us in?
It's possible.
I don't feel like that's what this is going to be. Okay, but that's kind of cool.
Keep looking around.
Hi, ma'am.
No way. The whole thing's for real.
Would explain why nobody's come back. That's for sure.
Wait, but she didn't see us. Ma'am? You think I can get behind her? Yeah. I can't beat her this way, but I can get a hurt in. Oh! Bad touch! Bad touch! Holy shit!
I lost my powers.
Severance attacks. Capable of separating Akito and KK. Oh no, I don't have any arrows.
Yeah, I know. Not bad.
Okay, we got her already. I'm glad we got the sneak attack on her.
Well done. Now our victims can finally rest.
Are we good? No, hey, let me get the fire!
Looks like the entire basement disappeared with her. Just like I thought. The legends created that place.
That can happen?
Sure can. Bad rumors often attract negative energy. Blink and it turns into corruption. Blame it on gossip that takes on a life of its own.
That it? Are we good? Alright, guess we're going out here. What y'all doing? Excuse me. Smack. Have a sticker.
Alright, good.
Hello, sir. Would you like a sticker? Defeated Baron? What do you mean? I'm not the only one that wears red. And I don't wear a big red overcoat, please and thank you. Yeah.
See what's in the locker.
I'm not Carmen San Diego. A key? Come back, wait for you at Kirigawaka apartment block, building C, apartment 302. I'll get there come hell or high water.
That's Rinko. She left this key and a note in case she couldn't find
I think that was the big apartment block that we were just
Rinko went to
on.
the apartment in the note?
Where I was like, why does this area seem familiar?
I'd call that a promise.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna, oh. You know, I was gonna say we're gonna fast travel, but.
I see someone's psychic trail.
The fuck do you mean? Oh God, all right.
So, she's using the spirit transmission lines to get around. Same as ever, even as a spirit.
Okay. Wait, that feels like spoilers. Oh no.
Like Rinko kept looking for Erika, even after her death.
Oh. Oh, what the hell?
Something's coming.
I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. Thank you. That better not have been another one. Okay.
So, who's Erika?
She was one of us. She had the affinity. She was gonna fight alongside us. But Rinko...
I see that Jesus statue down there.
Erika had her own reasons to fight. That freak in the mask. He's her father.
Huh? Okay, that was something that I don't remember learning in previous playthroughs. What? Also, hold on, I'm gonna go buy some fucking arrows.
Bet you could use these to hide from enemies. These talismans make noise to distract enemies.
Might as well top up on these, because even though I constantly forget to use them. Need to get these because they're all useful for various decoys. Loud noise and impact when thrown. The lure nearby visitors toward them. Good. That I may actually use.
You done yet? Come on, let's go.
Are so worth it? Yeah. Yeah.
A number of children have gone missing in Shibuya lately.
I mean, to be fair, all children have gone missing in Shibuya, so that's kind of moot point.
Strange disappearances. Could be something caused by corruption.
Enjoy your work, Queens. Thank you for hanging out. All right. Investigate. Wait a second. There's a cat up there. Oh, gotta go a long way. Cat, cat, cat. I feel like everyone's gone from Shibuya, yeah. Something tells me these disappearances are universal. Okay, where are we heading? We're heading this way. Oh, there's one of the big guys back there. GG Keiko, what the hell is going on? Oh, hi! Holy shit! Jesus! Oh my god! Man really tried to scare me and then just got blown away with this game's equivalent of a fucking hand cannon. What the shit was I going? Am I kidding? No, I pet the kitty. Yes. Excellent. All right. Oh, there's a kid. What you doing, buddy? Oh shit, wait, I think I remember this one. Okay.
So you think the kid's connected to the disappearances?
Or he could be one of the victims himself.
Good thinking. Either way, we should look into it.
When did you get in here, my guy? Yeah, you can read the animal's minds with one of the powers you have. It doesn't do much for cats. They usually just like ask for food or something. Oh, there's another spirit thing over here. All right. This was definitely... Oh, well, I thought it was up a floor. Dog. You got lucky this time, chat. You got lucky this time. Where is he? Oh, can I go up here? Hi, Ziggy. Oh, hi, guys.
Crap.
Okay. Oh, God, there's more of you. Oh! Okay, the brick actually kind of scared me. Hi, buddy. You know you shouldn't talk to yourself when you're hiding.
How about that?
Shake Ordainweld is here. Shake Ordain! Shake Ordain!
This much fun and forever. My name's Yusuke. We should play again sometime.
Okay.
Huh.
Wait, that was
He
it?
wasn't involved after all.
So all he wanted to do was have fun. Kids.
Oh, I think this is where we found the Walkman earlier. All right, let's go. So, oh, Wait. Old man's standing here. You weren't here before, buddy.
Mysterious vanishes? Well, maybe it was just a rumor.
Operation Smo. Operation Smo. Wait a second. Okay, him disappearing did not spawn any other spirits. Okay, so now we can go all the way up here, but what's the fastest way? Here? Here's probably the fastest way. Smo chat, Smo. Get his ass! Get his ass! Shake my ordain. Good lord. All right, I'm hurrying. Give me those. Can't take that. Give me. Oh, what the hell? It's corruption. Okay. Oh. Oh, no. You know what? Screw it. Hi, guys. Catch. You can also catch. Oh, he reflected it. Oh, shit.
Let him have it.
Okay. Now give me my spirits.
One step at a time.
Oh. Oh, it's dog food just phased into the trash bag. All right.
These are the apartments she mentioned.
We're gonna ignore that for now.
Somewhere.
All right, I'll look around.
Building C. Well, we already found it. Anything here of interest? Okay, well, it's not on this side, so... Mail? Oh, it's a KK file. Okay. Wait, is the phone ringing?
Hey, want me to teach you some new skills?
All right, yeah, we'll learn some new skills. It's fine. It's fine. We'll learn some new skills. More shots. Wider? More piercing. You know what? Give me this. I want things that are a little more universal. And then what are these? Speed boost, radius boost, and explosion? Oh, defeated enemies will explode? Oh! Okay, hold on. We need to get more of these. We need to get more of the passive stuff, which we don't actually have enough points for anymore.
You are now? I bet you could handle it. If you time it right, you can instantly charge your power.
Hold on. I thought I heard a phone ringing. I do hear phone ringing. Is it you? Wait a second. All right, who's this going to be? Is this going to be Rinko? Heller?
What's taking you so long? He's going to get what he wants if you don't hurry. The source of that fog is a shrine to the southwest.
Got it. Sorry to keep you waiting. You ever find Erika?
Erika? No, we've got bigger things to worry about. Now get
Do it, won't see it anyway? What do you mean?
That's cold. Too cold. Not like her at all.
Oh!
Erika?
That's not good.
Looks like she's trying to tell us something.
Okay, I think it expected me to answer the phone first before I found the building.
I know who my money's on.
All right, hold on. There's an Ed thing here. A man called Dale.
Thus far, I've been operating under the assumption that KK would be the one hearing these recordings. Only just now did I realize that that might not necessarily
Because the place you're in is called the Penrose Hotel. Wait, what?
tell what sort of chap I am.
Could make a spectral retreat reference, but man?
You know little about Dale. How to describe him?
Shaking the cheeves? Or Dane? You can't shake the cheeves. They'll vomit.
My apologies, I thought I'd have more to say. But I honestly can't bring myself to care. It's all I can do not to fall asleep recording this. I'm sure you understand.
Power! Alright, I want to turn in our spirits. Because we have a bunch of them. Another 12k, baby. Spectrum retreat is spectral? Oh, it is spectrum. Oh.
Good news. You've now saved over 50,000 spirits.
Yay!
That's enough of them to fill a stadium. I could just hear them cheering you on in the
The Septum Hotel? What is the Septum Hotel? Is the hotel inside someone's septum? Okay, I just had the world's dumbest idea. Giant goth woman, stick with me on this chat. Giant goth woman, septum piercing, but it's a hotel. I'm my own worst enemy when it comes to coming up with stupid ideas. All right, 10. We can actually get two things. Let's do duration boost. We'll get glide duration boost. Define giant to be the scale, to have this septum piercing be the size of a hotel. Pretty fucking big. Pretty fucking big. Best opening giant Gotham classic. Listen. Also, I hear breathing. Okay, that's the one that's up there. This is a really crummy apartment building. Excuse me. All right, where is it? Oh, there it is.
Something feels off.
Yeah, it's definitely doesn't bode well. Also, hold on, is there anything down here? Anything above me? There's some things up there that I can't actually go get. Wait, elevator? Darn it. Of course the elevator doesn't work. Big enough to host a hotel with your septum piercing? That means bigger? Oh, no, can we quote that? Yeah, you can fucking quote that. You can clip that if you want.
Getting bad vibes. Search around.
Hello? Baby! Yeah, like, I could not tell you the scale of this would be, miles? Like a couple miles, maybe? Who's this now? Oh, darn, you don't actually tell me anything useful. Do you say anything useful, Sweet Pea? Time for me to move to a new spot? Yoink. Magazine and free handbag. Comes with a lavish handbag worth more than the publication itself. It's an odd pairing. Huh. Okay, can't open the bathroom here.
They were really stocking up.
Cat food. Calendar?
Guess they were taking care of the cats together.
Okay. Not kidding. Food? Got any food? I think there's a thing of food behind you. Come on. Some circle with the bear and timestamp saved little fan pages later. Oh no. All right. Ooh. Oh, that was weird.
Is that Rinko? Wait, someone else is there.
That's the person wearing tech wear.
From the hospital. She's with him.
Is that Erica? Oh, it almost definitely is. Wait.
I knew we were dealing with a fake.
They must have taken Rinko when she came here looking for Erika.
Yeah, I guess we'll just go outside. That's totally fine. Hey, buddy. I guess that's it.
I guess the cat's out of the bag, huh?
Oh boy!
Say that.
Boss fight time?
Good. Then I don't have to sneak around.
Girl, you lost a whole ass foot doing that. Oh, shit.
I'll just leave you in here.
Oh, I hate this fight. I is fighting back. I mean, listen, I can go pitch that to like Sour. Sour would probably draw it.
She disappeared.
If somebody clipped it. Okay, that's kind of funny. If somebody had like it clips it, sends it to me, I could send it to Sour, and I bet Sour would draw her.
KK, I'll hold her back. Get her now.
Rinko. Damn, you screwed up bad.
Trying to make up for it. Hurry.
Okay. Yeah, this is coming up is my least favorite boss fight in this game.
Over there.
Rinko!
Yeah, of course.
I think I've forgiven you.
Yeah, well, I didn't expect you to. But we can at least fight together again. Can't we?
Maybe.
I'm pretty sure there's not any special things. That was cool. That's cool. Whole Vods behind when they saved ones? Damn. Ten out of 10, guys. 10 out of 10. Damn. Back rooms shits. Also the paperclip. Speaking of giant goth women.
What the hell is going on?
How did we come to this? I did not know this was here. I forgot this was here. More giant goth women. Damn, maybe I subconsciously knew that this was here. I don't know, man. I don't know. Nice. Nice. You premonitioned it. I don't think it counts as premonition if I've played this game at least like 2 times before this.
Rinko, hold her back a little longer.
We're taking Rinko back.
Leave it to a pro.
I don't know if this is gonna work. Oh, okay, I guess we're not at that boss fight yet. Thought we were.
Outside.
I don't see Rinko. Find her.
This way? Out of the playground. Okay, hold on, we'll check that in a second. Because we've got special cats. Hell yeah. Self-defense beads. What are those? I don't remember ever getting these. Reduce damage. Fuck it. We can equip 3 right now.
This looks like that park from before.
Hey, check out that psychic energy.
Thank you for the cool glitch. Hi, Index. How are you doing? To protect your ass, correct.
So she broke off from Rinko and bolted.
I wouldn't call that bolted. That's a brisk walk, if you will. Makes this playthrough so good. Shut up! No!
Glad you're okay.
Don't make fun of my scrimp suit.
We're fine. But what about you?
You did this. You did this, chat.
You sure about that?
Oh my fucking god.
Plus, I picked up a few things from that whole experience.
God, the
I know where
glitching.
the fog around here is coming from now. I'll fill you in.
Now? Oh, let me find a pen or something.
No need.
I don't think there's a pin in the sushi
The
suit.
nice thing about being in this form is that the physical doesn't hold me back anymore. I'll just transmit it to you now.
It just plugged straight into my brain.
The rest is up to you boys.
That's what we call comedic timing. Shut up! And clip it and ship it? Settled into do smart? Hell yeah.
Gates.
Oh shit, we got more Tory gates? Hell yeah, baby. Oh, I clicked M for map and it didn't actually. Oh. 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 Okay. Oh, that's 2 aqua beads. And then there's the gust bead way in the fucking back. All right, I guess we're going here first.
These apartment blocks always give me a bad feeling. They're just too quiet.
I just heard a cat. All right, who's fighting me up here? I knew it. Yes.
Okay, it's down.
Ow. Jesus. Ooh. Wait, yo, kamikaze! I didn't know you could do that! Okay. Jesus. Also, I've been so lethargic as of late. Have you not been drinking water? Have you not been drinking water? Is that the problem here?
Looks like we're getting close now.
Keep your guard up. The enemy's bound to try something sooner or later.
All right, we're immediately swapping out those beads that we got. Self-defense ones for these. Okay. Going all the way over here. I kind of wish I could pop up there. I feel like there's something up there. All right, give me you. I've been sadly busy with the wedding shenanigans. Makes sense. Makes sense. Oh, I see you. Oh. All right. Hey, there's some arrows. Finally, we find some arrows lying around. But I'm pretty sure I'm full, right? Okay.
Something's here.
Oh. No. No. Oh, shit. Is Is that what he's referring to? Or... Because they did just get wibbly wobbly for a second. You think these guys can get up on the roof? Oh wait, no, it was that ghost that saw me, wasn't it? Hello? This is as far down as I can look. Which is very weird. Okay.
Come on!
Ooh. That was a lot of lag. Oh god, I'm still lagging. Oh. Oh, darn it. That's fine. We'll just go down. Oh, that's as low as it gets, actually. Okay, then. Oh, shit. I hate her. 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 So turn around. Wait, can I execute her? Oh, thank God. Okay. I genuinely didn't think I could execute her and thought I would need to. It was only like take part of her health. Thank God. Thank God that works. I got no legs. We're only shrimp. We're shrimp sushi. We're shrimp nigiri. Ah, yes. Don't forget to pray. All 5,000. Sure, I'll take that.
Hey, quit it.
Okay, now what does spirit perception beads do? Lights and spirits within 100 meters. When using special vision, a light from the beads will guide you toward any nearby spirits. Close spirits, the beads will flash brightly. Okay. That's not as good as the combat ones, I don't think. If I was going around just farming spirits, it would be really good. Just right on the edge. All right. Next one is the big one. Joy. I'm gonna have to go fight them, aren't I? Did she just jump into the air? Oh yeah, they're all aggroed onto me in some way. Yeah.
It's like a snake. Yeah, that one's creepy.
Come on. I didn't just... Oh, I didn't even see her sticking up. That was weird. Oh, they're just gonna keep running around. Oh, damn it. She got knocked. Oh, Jesus. God, I hate you. Oh, I clicked the wrong fucking button. Oh, well. You win some, you lose some. Vods. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right. Let's get the game back on. I'll get you all the music. I am going to do a hard save really quick. Okay. I see it, Beef. I see it. I see it. Play the flag game. Hi, Synaptic. How are you doing? Okay. Oh, God. You posted the dark joke to the Discord. Oh, no. All right. Let me see. Huh. Oh, no. Were y'all simping about Genshin characters in Discord? Y'all weren't doing that, right? Hmm. Okay. The heck? Oh, and of course posting, who wanted all this anime titty? Actually, hold on. Let me actually message Sour about the thing we were talking about earlier. All right. Sent to the Aussie. Y'all failed! Because you kept taking mine? Uh-huh. Sure. Hi, Mara. How are you doing, Mara? All right, let's put this away. We got to go back. We got to go purify more shrines. I really blew the ult on this one. Damn it. Oh, well. Sleeping? What are you sleepy from? Did you just wake up or you just haven't gone to bed yet? Oh, come on.
We got some spirits getting hauled off.
Okay. No. Cease, desist. Stay. Oh, you didn't stay down. Okay, another one.
They got reinforcements headed our way. Just perfect.
All right, get it, bud. Where are you going? Hello? Why did I just hear a phone ring? Is that it? Did I do good?
You're getting the hang of it.
Thank you. I hate these spontaneous events because you can just straight up fail them. Yoink. Sorry, school council president. I saw that armband.
Takes more than luck to be that good.
Well, oh, I can't purify this one. Yoink. What is... Oh, it's trash bin. Schmack. You'll hear that music, right? No, I can't get the thing to trigger. Oh shit, that's a rage walker. I thought that was just one of the regular big guys. Ooh. All right, I think we're gonna wait for him to path back. I'm almost certain I can't one-shot him with an execute. Ooh. I do think that's why I don't. Oh, beef. I mean, I could also shoot that gas tank, but... Oh, shit, he triggered. Oh! That's crazy. I forgot that existed. This scared the shit out of me. I thought I was getting jumped. All right, buddy, what are you doing? Smack. Oh, okay, I can execute him. Hello.
What's this?
Helmet. Kabuto helmet. Dango. Dango. Oh, and that's gonna be marked as corrupted until we clean everything. Alright. Oh, can't purge this one, I guess? Alright. I know there's more up here. Oh man, it's another Rage Walker. Okay. Is Veg about to pop in and guest star? Veg? Persona? Hey chat, don't forget to go check out the new short. Please go watch the new short. Please? Pretty please? Listen, I don't want to fight the Rage Walker just head on. So I want him to pace away so I can get this lady. Hi, ma'am. Alright, where'd you go, schmuck? What you doing? Going like the new short lurkers? You can also go check it on Instagram or TikTok. Actually, you should do all of them. You should do all of them. Because they're not doing very well right now. When I checked stream, they only had 9 views on YouTube. Also, I'm supposed to have like an aerial purge that if I'm like above somebody, I can execute them. That shit has only triggered like once since I got it. Wait, what is that? Oh no! I am so tired of your shit, dude. Ow. Fuck you. Fuck you, I hate you. True. If we start getting more income from YouTube, that means more income for content. I struggle with being able to like get more stuff for us for assets and new shows and stuff because rent takes basically all of the pay, and then my current prescriptions take the rest. Excuse me while I just do more donating. Yeah.
You nuts?
Oh, it's the flame beads. Okay. I kind of do want to. Wait, why is it telling me I have something I can get? Oh, it's because I have extra Magatama. Okay, that's what it was. I want the fire ones. Wait, usually we got the Kabuto helmet, but usually there's another one around. I see you back there. I see you back there. Schmack. The Persona jump scare? You bitch. All right. Oh, that's right. Once I can't get over the donation box. Yep. Come on. Smack. All right. Were there any others? Yes, of course there were. So it's always funny whenever you... I'll hit that one too. Whenever you hit, or not hit, whenever you clear the shrine, they always like scatter spear. Oh, what did I miss? What is that? Oh, it's the offering box. Okay, that's just a coin. Then why are the fan pages partnered too? I don't think you've made YouTube fan pages yet, have you? Right? Hi, buddy. Exposure? Makes it easier to expose the cores of nearby visitors hit by the effect. Hell yeah!
I hate waiting for people to shop.
Oh, boo-hoo.
What was the button to... Oh, it's the... Okay, there it is. Oh, we're still missing something here. Oh, so that's the exposure. Okay. Works for me.
The light should be coming from further in.
Well, there's the Jesus shrine. Okay. Wait, is this all the ones that we needed? Ooh, do we want to go in here yet? Definitely want to grab you. I don't think I want to go in here just yet. I want to go get the other shrines. Why is that kind of a pee-pee? Okay. Also, wait, there's like a clothing icon here. Is that you? Are you the one that's marked with the clothing icon? Oh, missed this one too. Hello? No, that's just a skill issue. What? Why are y'all skill issuing each other? Anyway, Tanuki? Tanuki statue, anyone? Oh, those are rocks. Stop! Hollow, are you proud of yourself? Give me that. Give me that. Then there's these schmucks.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Is daily shaking schmo? Oh no. Back to the shaking, are we? Oh shit. Ow. Ow! Oh, shit. That's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Why is my fucking abilities not pulling back up? Ow. Holy shit, y'all hurt. Get your fucking hands back up, dude. Woo.
Got one down.
Is there more?
Watch yourself.
Okay, thank you. Jesus. Incident homes. So just like the real police? It's fine. I'm sure that's fine. Oh no. Oh, immediately spotted. Please and thank you. Oh, hi. Still makes the clips in the first place? What do you mean? Who's the... So wait, does that mean I work for Sunstar who works for Marin? Is that where all my fan page hard work goes? No. Think I could drop on his ass? I'll go over there. Not what I wanted. I wanted to go back up. Bad touch. Guys, that's so rude. It's so rude, guys. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. You know what? I have the USA special. Motherfucker. Okay. Give me that. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I'm not a moth, I'm more of a spider. I mean, that is technically true. It's just something I said. Yeah, I'd probably be more of a spider. Okay, that's level 3 archery. Okay, what if we donate a different amount? Ah, okay, so this is where we get the... Joro ramen! Let's do Jizo statues. And usually what that does... Oh no. Yeah, it marks the Jizo statue for us. I hear the fucking yokai voices. Oh, son of a bitch.
Bad time. Got more company coming.
Oh, I don't have any. Oh, with that one. We good? Have you calmed your tits?
Nothing about saving souls is easy.
When did you guys find time to put
This is a funny looking Resident Evil. Well, we're actually gonna be playing it on Wednesday.
We tried to be prepared.
Jackie just actually sent it to us on Steam during stream. Yes, I didn't have enough money put aside for the game, and Jackie hooked me up. Okay. Open you when you stop freaking out. Alright.
I see you.
Oh right, I was going to get the Jesus statue. I was like, where was I doing all the way out here? Yes, hello, can I help you? Oh, hello. You know, I wouldn't have been surprised if I ran into like one of the Forlorn out here or something. Because I was not checking to see if there was any of the yokai out here. Alright. And then we have other shrines to do. We'll do the north one first. Oh, there's somebody on the roof there. Hi, guys! Damn it. Catch. Be broke for wedding? Listen, the wedding is one of the things that you can be completely broke for. Although I've always thought it was weird to spend so much money on a wedding. I've always been more of a what do you call it? An eloper. My ideal wedding, if I ever got married, would be like go on vacation somewhere. Why are those birds flying around there? What are you up to, Zozo? What trouble are you getting into? A cemetery. Gotta eat before work? Yeah, that'll do it. Squats! Hello. Alright, hold on. Also, I'm mostly hopping on these rooftops to go around the cemetery to get to that Toricade over there. The fact that I don't see anything makes me think that we're gonna get a bunch of those like weird little fucking paper dolls on string. That is 100% what this is gonna be, isn't it? Oh no, it's just regular ones. Never mind. Ow. No. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, next.
Who's next? Sister bullies Marin, Marin bullies chat, thus also bullying Sensor, and the world goes round? Correct. Correct. Hell, they got level 2 Gus beads. Okay, now we need to go to the southern gate. Right. Oh, wait, what is this? What am I standing on top of? Hello? Oh, it was right there. It's like in the wall. Oh, it's shurikens.
What's this?
Ridiculous. Okay. A bit of gameplay stuff with South of Midnight. What do you mean? Is like the gameplay similar? I've never played South of Midnight. Oh, this is where I wanted to go. I wanted to go to the map. Oh, I double tapped by mistake. God damn it! Maybe we can get the Oni on the way back, way down. One of my favorite games last year. I've heard it's good. I skipped over it because I just didn't have the money at the time. And by the time I considered it, it was already like gone and past. And I'd seen so many people play it too that I was just like, well, it's fine if I skip this one. Which is sad because I even remember when the first like teaser trailer for the game came out and I was really excited. I swear this game gets laggier the higher up you go. Which I always thought it was weird. Why would a game get laggier if you go higher up in it? Another cemetery. Oh, there's two of them. Gotcha, bitch. Fog and clouds? I guess, but like, why doesn't it affect me on the ground?
I'll handle this.
View distance? Does it increase the view distance whenever I'm higher up? I suppose that makes a little bit of sense if stuff's not actually like in view. Is taking advantage of the fact that you don't see the other side of buildings. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, what do we have here? Oh, son of a fucking bitch. Think fast. Ow. Oh, I'm in the fog. Ow! Oh wait, I have this.
Gonna close the book on this.
Okay. Oh wait, she's still alive. She just countered her own fucking wire. Mildly upset. Mildly upset about that. Too focused on the small things classic? What do you mean? Do you have Game Pass? I do not have Game Pass. Sadly, I do not. Okay, are there any other shrines to get? I don't think so. Let's use the phone. Phone right here. Turn in the spirits, because we got 45 of 50. We trust this ringleader with carnival lore and yet doesn't understand the busy lore. Faith clearly misplaced. What? Because puzzles busy your brain. I was in combat with spooky monsters. Oh, another migraine. Speaking of migraines, I'm gonna take a drink of water.
It's so hot.
Damn it.
I finished playing it. I think it's a very fun Vampire the Masquerade game. Bloodlines, it is not. Oh, did I only level up? Oh no, I did level up twice. Oh, aerial dodge, enhanced stealth. That would actually be pretty good. 10, 15, 15, 10. Fuck it. Let's start getting some of the lower stuff because we haven't even fully got like all of the
That's not half bad.
bonus stats, all of the like even regular skills to this game. Okay, so I think we have to go. Actually, we do have a side mission here. So, what's the fastest way to get here? Here? Here, methinks? There's carnival lore. Damn, I gotta pay more attention. On occasion, there's carnival lore. I genuinely wish I could do more to like show y'all the lore and stuff that I want to write. But again, it all comes down to money, which sucks. I'm not an artist. Maybe someday I'll finally start arting after the move. And then I can start drawing my own shit. But until then, because I lack the skills, I have to pay somebody else to do the depictions of characters and stuff for me. Which I have... Hello? Who saw me? Hello? Oh, there he is. He's right fucking there. Ow!
It's gone? No. It's here somewhere.
Behind me. Ow! Ow! Motherfucker!
Spectrovision should help us get a visual.
Fucking not. Oh, there he is. Whew. Oh, wait, what the fuck?
That's the way.
Never mind, okay. Oh, right, I need to clear this. Pixel art is rough sometimes. It's not even like pixel art wouldn't get the details that I want to get right with the characters or with the atmosphere. I mean, that's like, I want to get the next one's going to be a 3D model, and then the one after that is probably going to be a 3.0. Which, of course, is also going to be 3D. So I would like to get like a 3D environment at some point. That's like really far in the future, though, because generally based on income, I'm no Zentrea. I don't get to have new backgrounds and new models every month.
Oh, now I've done it.
Like the peanut problem? You mean the ones that bite back? Or was that the corn dogs? I know the corn dogs bite back. Soon, she said. No, that's like a Bethesda soon.
I can't even rest in peace.
Cursed by a diamond?
So, where is this diamond?
Sold it without
What real Sunstar is in the carnival?
Customer who bought it died in an accident on her way home. I heard the diamond was laid at her gravesite.
At her gravesite? Oh, that'll corrupt the whole damn cemetery.
What'll happen if it's corrupted?
There'll be a lot more souls who can't pass on. Just like you.
Flame Eater is what I have written down. You're a fire eater, Sunstar. No cheating either? Too fucking bad. Too fucking bad.
Can't just ignore it.
Alright, guess we're going to the... this is going to be the big cemetery, isn't it? Oops, nope, wrong direction. That's fine. Wait. Where's that? Oh, yep. Alright, hold on. I need to break a couple of these. I don't think I'm going gonna make it to that house. Never mind. Never mind, I made it. 10 out of 10. Oh, something kind of saw me. Don't know what that was. Alright, but that was why this was then. Oh, come on! Nope, I just hit not this dude.
They're onto us.
I know.
Hate you. Hate you. Hate you.
It's like visitors are attracted to corruption. We've got to be getting closer to that diamond.
Oh, come on! What the fuck was that? Hello? What just exploded? Was that him?
That's all of them. Crows are going crazy. They must have been drawn by the corrupted diamond.
Okay, but where is it? Here? Ah, yeah, this will be it.
This must be it.
There it is.
That is a huge fucking diamond.
Now we cleanse it.
It's not daytime, it's just really bright. It's nighttime with a gigantic moon in the sky in the middle of the biggest city on the planet.
It's cleansed, but it could still
Just a margin of error, I guess. Yeah, I have you written down as Flame Eater.
We're not gonna get cursed by it, are we?
Wait! Don't take my precious away!
My precious! My precious!
Guess we know who owns the diamond. We got you killed. Time to move on.
You don't understand. I can talk to Jules.
Oh!
Pushing in that shop, just waiting for me to rescue it.
That sounds like schizophrenia.
They're just highly resonant with human
I beaten it last week. Hmm?
human greed.
Oh, that. Do you want to know why we have the gloves? Okay, hold on a second.
I promise I won't do anything to corrupt it again.
I'll show you why we have the gloves. I'll show you why we have the gloves. Chat, don't you dare say a word.
That's one for the job. I suppose you can hang on to it.
Thank you for understanding.
I mean, that's literally just out in the open and a fucking diamond bigger than a lot of people's palms. Epic. All right. There's also, I know there's the lady over here.
Not exactly how I expected it to end.
Me neither. But at least that shopkeeper can rest in peace now.
Oh, there's another one of those freaky things over there. Retribution or something, I think is what they're called. Ah, she glitched.
Another one down.
Alright. That was the only side mission. Never mind. There's another one in the same place. Uh-oh. Another cemetery. Wait, is there a bag here? Oh, no, that wasn't a bag. Why did I think it looked like a bag?
There's no end to this.
Timbu Slender Woman? How dare you? Oh, Jesus. Okay. Hmm. Actually, let's try. Oh, wrong button. Let's test this out. Where is decoy? And the lady did not, in fact, turn around for it. Bitch. Ow! Gimme. That's gonna hit me. Okay. Scissor Wife is a great name. No! She's the monster of incomprehensible horror. You can't just call her Scissor Wife. Exactly, she's... God damn it.
We already cleansed that diamond.
And I'm grateful for it. But the fact remains that I still can't pass up.
I comprehend that she's hot. Okay, that's fine. She is wearing a pencil skirt and stuff.
Now that you mention it,
I'll give you that.
those two masks.
I'll give you that.
Last month I bought these masks. One
I mean,
male,
some of the like shorter ones, the one that spit like the fireballs, they were mini skirts for some reason. I only just realized that literally earlier in the stream. I just didn't say anything because like I better not say anything, otherwise chat's gonna start staring.
never be separated.
Don't tell me you sold them separately.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Two customers come in and both of them wanted one.
Must be related to those masks. Original owner might know something.
Worth a shot.
Okay then. Where are we going? Okay. Wasn't there something down this road that spotted me? Oh, I guess not. For some reason I thought there was. Alright then, might as well grab these spirits. Oh, it didn't suck the other one. Huh. Something tells me that's relevant.
I tried to warn him.
Alright, is it you?
Hey, about those masks you sold. Any kind of secret about them we should know?
Long ago, there was a man and a woman. They wore those
'Cause of the
masks
newspaper
to conceal
face?
themselves during clandestine meetings.
Hi, Mocking. How are you doing?
Then together,
Why didn't it suck? Yeah, why didn't it suck? Why didn't it suck harder?
the two exchanged their masks and promised one another that they would reunite in the afterlife.
So, we gotta find these two masks and get them back
It is the kaiju.
The woman who bought the female mask ought to be in this neighborhood. I am grateful for your help.
Alright. Okay, it's not in here I need to go. It's up north. Okay. What are you up to today, Maki? What trouble are you getting into? Are you enjoying tax season? Is it you?
Hey, tell me about the mask.
That mask is cursed. It was screaming in a woman's voice, saying, "Let me see him." And when I was dead, I don't know.
Damn!
Any idea where the mask is now?
I threw the creepy thing in my storage shed. Stay away, it's cursed.
That'll be fine.
Don't worry. The kid'll take care of it.
It'll be fine.
Easy for you to say.
Oh, of course. Oh, I don't have any.
Place like this.
Ow!
The mask is talking?
Well, yeah, she did just say that it talks. Open up.
Looks like that's it. Time to check the shed.
There. This must be it.
All right, we'll take you back. It's fine. You don't have to kill people over it.
Wait, don't touch it.
Too late. Oh boy!
What the? I can't get it off.
Oh no, it's draining our energy. At this rate, it'll kill us. Quick, find the other mask. It's the only way to break the curse.
Okay, where? I'm trying!
Enough.
You can't stop me, goofballs. Listen, you can spawn all the enemies you want. I'm too clever.
You've got strength to spare now. With that, I bet you could pick up some new skills.
Oh, come on! Oh no, it's the twins. Ow! Ow! And then there's you. Walking ominously. Okay. Jesus. You, talk to me.
Hey, I've been looking for that mask.
Tell me you've got the male one.
Yeah.
Where is it?
So are we Jim Carrey now? No, we're not Jim Carrey. It wasn't green.
I know.
Wait, where did you say it was?
The male mask is in there. Now hurry, please.
Hey, buddy. All right, now Kith. Or just disappear. That's fine.
Man, can't believe a couple of stupid masks almost took us out.
They just wanted to be with the one they loved.
Okay. But it was stone? No, it was wood. It was a wooden mask. Oh, wait, do I need to talk to... Oh, hi.
Thank you. Now I can finally pass on.
Okay, but what about the other dude?
Good of you to reunite those two masks.
Why didn't they pass on when they were in the store? I have several questions. Several really dumb questions. Yeah, hello. Oh, wait. It's marking something. What is it marking? There it is. Ooh!
What's this?
Sword. Amino Habakiri. Legendary sword said to have been used in Japanese mythology by Susanoo when he slayed Yamato no Orochi. Alright. Is there any other stuff? I hit M, didn't I? Nothing else? Are we good? Are we good? Do I need to go north now? I think I need to go north now. Alright. So we'll just fast travel here. It'll be easier. Alright, let's do a quick save. Because we've like leveled up 3 times since then. Is Marin really marinating if she doesn't got a sword? I think swords are kind of lame. I'm more of a hammer and shields. Tap. Alright. So Marin's got guns? Yeah, I do have guns. Not IRL, unfortunately. Maybe after the move. I would like to take up shooting. It always sounded like a fun hobby. And it feels like it's something that you should probably be good at. Oh, wait a second. Oh, no, this is the right way. It's just telling me I can't go that way. That's why Marin's got guns. Bang, bang, baby. Too bad I can't flex in this model. Maybe I'll be able to flex in the 3D one. At least to some degree. Oh, hello.
What the?
Oh, I think I remember this cutscene.
People
Isn't there a clip somewhere of y'all scaring the shit out of me during this cutscene?
But there's
You get less worked up over things the longer you're a detective. Couldn't do our jobs if we let everything get to us. But every now and then, you still run into cases that just knock you flat on your ass.
I get wait, did I?
Case in
I don't think I did.
here.
Oh, I did. I did get two different reactions. I thought they were two different messages. I thought the one that I had first read had already moved up.
Screaming at you to make it right. Hold on to that feeling.
No, I'm not going to add a sword and throne because there's other things that y'all would like get actual uses out of for the show on throne over a sword. Alrighty then. Cave.
We can go through here.
Wow, that got really dark. What do you mean go through here? That's a crevice. Oh. Also, I only just realized that the certain bead colors on the beads as you level them up changed. I thought they just stayed the solid one color. That's kind of cool.
What is he going to do with Mari?
A sword would help the show? How would a sword help the show?
Powers. It's all one big science experiment. He'll use your sister without a second thought.
Okay.
Just focus on saving her.
Boom, the swords have a good use. Get a sword swallower? Oh my god. Become a sword swallower. God. Is this a real place? Do anybody know if this is a real place in Tokyo? I fucking love these like underground temples slash shrines slash like courtyards that just seem to be abundant in so many different like Asian histories.
Where's Mari?
A fascinating reunion, but that will have to wait. The ceremony is soon to commence. I have no more use for either of you. It is unfortunate.
Sword swallowing is the next natural step. Oh my god.
Salvation.
What are you saying? Give her back!
Alas, you are too late to speak your final farewell.
I doubt that.
She has already taken her place atop the final stage.
Goddamn theater kids, man. Theater kids.
There remains work yet undone. Critical work.
Oh yeah, he's extremely dramatic. Overly so.
I shall have these two look after you in my stead.
Great.
You really think this shit can bring back the dead?
Oh, the hand pause? The hand pause.
What are you talking about?
This crackpot wants to harvest a ton of human souls to connect our world to the next. His wife got sick and died 5 years ago. Now he's trying to bring her back. I'm sure.
Okay, but where's his real body? Why is he possessing KK's body? We already know that. Oh, he's upset. He's mad at us. It's KK's wife and daughter. We already knew that.
Holy. KK. What's the deal? Who are they?
Forgive me, but I believe I have misled you.
I thought we already knew that.
My wife and daughter understand me.
Oh, never mind. It's his. Okay, sure.
To beckon their souls back from beyond. Special credit must be given to my daughter. This barrier would not exist.
All right. Yeah. So Erica's dead.
You sacrificed your own kid.
Why did I think it was
The
KK's?
body is not but a vessel for the soul.
Again, theater
Why
kid.
must one be attached to a thing so ephemeral?
And us from previous playthroughs. Nah, it's fine. It's because I figured it was them. I guess I misunderstood in my last playthroughs.
The time is nearly upon
It's because we pick up the photo of like KK's wife and
I
kids,
shall have her keep
or at least somebody's wife and daughter. And maybe we just misunderstood it because it was so long ago. Oh shit. Alright, here's the boss fight I remembered. Ooh, okay, that had some oomph. Disgusting.
Get away from her! She's ripping us apart! KK!
That's fine. We gotta go, we gotta go, we gotta go, we gotta go, we gotta go.
For now, get where she can't see you.
Yeah. Working solo, it's the same thing. Give me that. Alright, so where is she? Now, the reason I say I hate this boss fight... Which way are you going? Is because it's stupid easy. But it's just tedious. Okay. She's coming this way.
KK, you okay? Those tails are the source of her power. Pull them out. I'll help.
Whoop.
Okay, got it. I'll try to sneak up behind her.
Got it.
I get it, Erika. I really do. I just can't make that call. I can't. I just want to fight. Dad, Mom, Uncle, people are always I'm always standing behind somebody else. For a long time, that never bothered me.
I hear her again.
But it's different now.
Alright, which way are you going? Of course.
Fine, but this is the last one, seriously. Better come up with a name.
I was just like a cat, sitting around, being taken care of.
Who's pissing? Oh, shit.
Locked in a cage.
Yeah, that could only have sounded like pissing.
Those tails are the source of her power. Pull them out.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Thing is, that side.
Behind her.
There she is. It's fine. God, I hate the moaning though.
Now.
Nope. Not close enough. Shit. Okay, now she stops.
Got it.
Yoink!
One more time.
We gotta move, baby!
It's such a strange feeling.
Okay.
The harder life gets to deal with.
I hate the voting. Listen, it's fine. Also, isn't the ad break about to start? Oh, we have to pause in the middle of the boss fight.
Just a burden, always being protected.
Are we gonna have to?
Shell.
Oh, there she is. I hear her.
Waiting for someone else to decide who I am. Barely even alive. Not in any real way.
You should stay here. It'll be safer that way.
No,
Woo!
this is
Woo!
wrong.
Woo!
It's wrong. I deserve to live too.
Ooh, she doesn't pause in that section. Okay. Oh, wait, give me that. Yoink. Just going the other direction.
Anywhere fighting fair and square. I need to hide and wait for an opening.
Yeah, I am not fighting fair and square, please and thank you. Oh, what the hell? Hi. Hi. You gonna do the thing where I can kind of like glitch your tails? Hell yeah. When it's iPad time, too bad. Okay. Okay, it is iPad time. I will give you iPad time. Hold on a second. And I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be back in just a minute. Have fun, kids. Before we get into what I think is a cutscene after this, but I don't know for sure. I imagine there's a cutscene at the end. All right, don't start another one, Sunstar. Don't go start another one. Hold on just a second. All right. I just popped back down. I checked my email. Weirdly, again, I get so many emails when I'm live. Chat, I have a question. How many of y'all know what Legacy of Kain is? Anybody? Anybody a big fan of Legacy of Kain? Go as longer, we need more iPad time? No. So they made a remaster, right? It's supposed to come out soon. There is somebody in my emails offering a code if I wanted to play Legacy of Kain. But the thing is, I don't think I have much interest in it. I know it has like horror themes and stuff to it, but what was the game show recently that we watched that like showed off the remaster they're releasing? Had the guy bidding through Blood Omen 2? No. Oh no. All right, let's get back to this. I think it's gonna spit us into a cutscene. My boy! Fable? Ooh, Fable. It was awful. That's the thing is like, I heard Legacy of Kain is not that great of a game. Sorry. It's just kind of a cult classic. All right, do I have to fight the ogre guy again? Oh, of course. Oh. Why is the rock randomly exploding? The Markiplier punch. God damn it. What does this rock do? Hi, Shra. Yeah, it's Defiance. Ooh. Oh, the music's still going. I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure the giant dot man is totally fine to exist. I genuinely think that this was originally supposed to be like the giant skeleton yokai. When he moves forward, you kind of see that it's a skull, but I just don't think they like had enough time to do it. It would have looked better as the giant skeleton yokai.
So close again. Damn it.
KK, we need to go after him.
It's really carried by its character and story. I mean, Revenge of Cain carried by its character makes sense.
She's still not done.
All right, what are you gonna do?
Stay out of this.
Also, it forcibly changed my outfit again. Does it just forcibly change it? Ooh. Does it just forcibly change it whenever we get like this separated from KK and then we come back? This would have been so much funnier in my sushi outfit.
Done.
It's not gonna end till he's stopped. Let's go.
All right, we got to make sure we change it back though.
Right.
All right. Kowamoto. Kowamote. Chapter 4. Contortion. All right, where's it gonna spit us out? Wind shrimp outfit for next model? Whenever y'all pay for it. If y'all pay for it, I would get one. Oh, there's more of them. Yo, does the Tokyo tree look a little different than usual? Wait, where did they go? Why were they not in the distance? Okay, there they are. How much is that shrimp bounty? I don't know. I would have to pay for the model first and then figure out like what the cost for an additional outfit to it is.
Hey, don't go getting cold feet on me now.
I won't. Let's go.
I would feel kind of bad though going to a 3D artist and be like, all right, can you get this? Can you make this model and like model every single?
Hey, Akito, you hear a phone ringing?
What is the new Kifuda? Yeah, there's a phone ringing. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Oh, good lord. All the side missions under the sun. Okay, what does the Kifuda give me? All right, we'll get that. Maybe it just... I don't know. I think this is just also trying to get me to use what Magatama I have. We'll go ahead and just spend it here. I'm fine with that.
Seems handy.
All right. Hi, buddy. What's wrong? I'm so beat. Oh, poor buddy. Hello? Is it Ringo? Or is it Ed?
Seems he's making progress with the ritual.
It's Ringo.
Luckily, the power from that Kifuda you got there ought to help you find some more Torii gates.
Okay, but how does the Kifuda help me?
KK? About Erika. Thanks.
Never saw the bounty in the first place, so...
I'm used to getting my...
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean never saw the bounty?
I should have made up my mind.
The thing is, though, is if I wanted to, we could try and do, like... I don't think we do a fundraising now, but maybe in, like, a couple months from now would be, like, close enough is what I think. Because we've done charity streams recently. But I want the design finished first before...
This fight is just getting started.
And I'd probably want to get a quote. I'd probably reach out to the artist I want to get it done from and get a quote from them. Nico, let go bowling? Oh my god. Are you making a GTA reference? Oh. More newly revealed Torii gates. Real Torii gates whose locations were hidden until now. Hunt down and cleanse these new gates to open up new areas to explore. Okay. I'm pretty sure down here, though.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm pretty sure down here. What the hell is that icon? What is that icon? Talisman beads, aqua beads, nourishment beads, dust beads, flame beads, prosperity beads, incognito beads, nourishment beads again, sleuth beads, another spiritual perception beads, talisman again, nourishment again. Good Lord. Okay. Wait. We'll look at that later. Let's go to this one. Because this, if I remember right, is another supernatural creature. Incognito beads, you say? What are you hiding? What are you hiding?
Sometimes when the wind picks up around here, people end up with cuts.
Get her to add goofy hats like other VTubers, and we could put quotes on them. I could do that.
Gotta be the work of a Kamaitachi.
Isn't that the yokai that's like a weasel?
We could have strengthened cat ears are back on the menu. I mean, I could probably put cat ears on this on the outfits.
Makes them a real pain to catch.
Cat ears probably ain't the hardest thing for a 3D model.
As a kid, always lost them though.
Yeah, but knowing 3D model artists, it's gonna be like $100 or $200 to model cat ears.
Am I sensing that you're suddenly all excited?
Because if we use my power, we can track it.
The way he says "my power," yes, my power. I don't know why it gives me Vegeta vibes. All right. Oh, it's this way. Oh, there he is. I see you, you rat bastard.
There's a Kamaitachi. It's not paying any attention to us. Get moving. Chase after it until it stops.
Come back here, bitch. Who said for this model, I believe? Was it for this model? I forget what he said it was then.
Stop moving.
That was weird. I did not hold click.
Finally bagged one.
I think you mean I bagged one.
Okay, is it completely done? Can I go do the... Oh, hello. A kid in the woods and no one's around? Oh, no.
Pretty good having you around.
Oh, there are multiple.
Why? Let's just say I never knew anyone as honest as you when I was alive.
Uh-huh. I guess I get it.
It was weird. The camera did a weird thing. Gotcha. Okay, I guess we're going up there. Ooh, okay. Snickers do. What do you mean Snickers dick vein hat? What do you want it to look like a pompadour Snickers or some shit? What do you mean?
Somebody make it stop. There's this banging coming from deep in the forest. It's the sound of a ritual and it friggin' kills me.
Jesus Christ, Beef.
Man, why did this have to happen to me of all people?
That is an Ushino Kokumairi. Hammering
Just gets a sock? What do you mean a sock?
Legend has it, if someone does it for 7 days without being spotted, it'll curse the person tied to the doll. As long as that doll's around. That guy's stuck here. And on top of that...
Wasn't my thought, but now that you said it, you make it better? No! Gox agency, shut up! Stop bringing up Gox! Okay, why are there so many gasoline things around? Oh, I hear it, and I can see it right up there.
Getting close.
Something tells me it's the big glowing red thing. What the fuck is that headpiece? Oh. Ow. Ow. of a bitch.
Bump on the head.
Tell me about it.
That was too easy.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Okay. Back.
Wave attack. That was wire in. That's basically our ultimate.
And clean up the
It's
corruption.
basically an ultimate that builds up over time.
Why'd you curse that guy? Did he do something to you?
The man mocked my birthmark.
Okay, that is pretty mean.
Told everyone about it and they laughed.
What kind of birthmark could it be?
You didn't have to curse him, did you?
Second, she cursed.
What's wrong with the birthmark? I have something that people call a birthmark, but it literally didn't pop up on my chin until I was like 20, 21. My favorite Cajun place that I go to, the lady that owns it, she calls me her little strawberry because apparently the mark on my chin looks like a strawberry or a butterfly. Sometimes she calls it a butterfly. I've not used the entire game. I barely use it. Like, I've still used it a single-digit number of times in this playthrough, and I think I've already used it more times than I used it in, like, my first 2 playthroughs. But it's very useful when you're getting overwhelmed.
But why curse me?
Flash to Lady Ugly from Where Winds Meet. Wait, Lady Ugly?
No.
Oh, the one that we did the voice thing with?
That who cursed me?
Maybe you forgot, but she sure as hell didn't. Said you made everyone laugh at her birthmark. It consumed her, and in her hatred.
Yeah, it's kind of mean to laugh at a birthmark. It's not exactly something you can help.
I mean, the frigate died because of that?
Yeah, you did.
Weren't the only victim. The curse turned her into a specter too. Curses are a vicious cycle, so try not to hate her.
You've done Lady Ugly's quest, right, man? Lady Ugly and...
Is she free from the curse, at least?
Yeah.
No?
We sorted it out.
Okay.
Question mark?
Glad.
Think of self-care. I am actually out of water. Ah, yes, all the spirits. Oh, okay. Looks like it was just those 3. Let's go do you. You're right nearby. Actually, I want those spirits right there. Yoink. The hell are you doing down there? You me. Gotcha. Hi, Zyber. I'm doing all right. All right. Why can't I? Hello? Where's my Tengu? Oh no, there's a forlorn over there.
They haven't seen us. Let's do it.
You missed. Woo. Mild sidestep, mild sidestep. Oh, you're wearing a tracksuit. I don't think I've seen you before. Has even played the real important missions? I can't think of who Miss Ugly is. I genuinely have no idea who Miss Ugly is. Oh wait, I walked past it. There we go. I Joe? I Joe? Oh hi! Oh god, this is another side mission. Give me this first. Alright, and then is there Anything interesting? Nope. Okay, no special item in here.
We've got 2 wells in this neighborhood. With all those monsters, I can't get close to either one.
Is Where Winds Meet any good? I haven't seen much about it other than people making Mr. Bean into a character. It's a really fun game.
The wells are corrupted.
It's a really good martial arts MMO. So if you like Chinese martial arts, I do recommend trying it.
That means even if we cleanse one well, it'll just get corrupted again right away. We'll have to cleanse them both. Fast.
It's a race against the clock then.
Well, shit. All right, but I think instead we're just gonna save that for another time. We'll save that for later. We'll get to it later. Methinks. Is it for console? I think it's on PlayStation. I want to say it's on PlayStation. Pretty sure. Not 100%, just pretty. But that's gonna be it for today, chat. Story, okay, I guess. UI menu controls. It has the, it does have the, like, mobile game problem of having way too many fucking menus. Good job on all the ghosts. Yeah, we were getting the ghosts. Getting all the ghosts. All right, though, we need to find somebody to raid. Oh my god, Kaya is still live? Kaya's live really late today. But let me see here. Who is anybody doing something spooky, or do I need to go? I'm not going to throw you into anybody doing the new Resident Evil game, since now we're going to be playing that in 2 days. Katie's just chatting. But Terraria. Nope, that's Resident Evil. Hunt Showdown. May I wreck? No. No, you may not. Damn it, Polypsy. I had to be playing Resident Evil 2. All right, I think I know who we're going for. I think we're just going to raid Kaya. Yeah, we'll raid Kaya. Kaya's playing a goofy game called Baby Steps. It's basically like, what is it? Quap or whatever it was? But guys, we'll be back tomorrow. We're going to be playing Reanimal. I grabbed Tia for it, so we're going to be doing co-op. We're going to be starting over, so don't worry if you missed it last time. It's going to be completely over from the beginning. We'll do the crime brulee. Expecting information with the status of your Lady Ugly quest. I don't know which one that is. I don't know which one that is. The brulee. The brulee command is the one that I was about to punch in. There we go. If you don't have a sub, feel free to use the Crime Please version. If you do have a sub, please feel free to grab the Molotov version. Until next time, guys, thank you for being here, though. Thank you for being awesome. And thank you for enjoying Ghostwire. I'm glad y'all are actually having fun with it. I'm sorry I quit on it a couple times before, but I'm doing better. We're going to start finishing our games, I swear. As long as I'm enjoying the game, we'll finish them. If it's a crumb game, though, I make no promises. I make no promises. But until then, guys, good night. Shut your bitch ass up, Sunstar.